All right, welcome to the Town of Barrington's 2023 deliberative session, a great way to kick off Barrington's 4th century. I hope you had the opportunity to attend some of the outstanding events presented by the Barrington Tricentennial Committee, celebrating our town's 300th anniversary. Some of those events were purely celebratory fun, and some educated us about Barrington's history. It's hard to pick one favorite event, but I most enjoyed those focused on the town's history, telling stories of and by the people who have lived here over the past 300 years. To me, that's what history is, the hopes and actions, the successes and failures of the people who make up the community. We've heard stories about some of our more well-known citizens, past and present, and their accomplishments, but it's important to remember that everyone who votes or stays home, who volunteers or leaves that to others, who braves the cold or skips the meeting, is in their own way participating in the town's history. Any citizen can have a positive impact, even if their efforts aren't recognized with a monument or a mention in the town report. Being informed, joining a board, coaching a team, voting, or helping a neighbor are all acts that contribute positively to the history of our town. Being here today is a good start. I'm glad you're all here today. We didn't expect this many people to show up, given the weather, but here we are. All right, I'd like to introduce some folks that are up front here today. Up front and up and back. We have Town Clerk Kim Karakas over here, Deputy Town Clerk Becky Nelson, and we have Town Administrator Connor McIver, Select Board Chair Danon Mantrek, Vice Chair George Bailey, and Select Board members Jim Secocia, Robert Gibson, and Joyce Capiello. We have the Advisory Budget Committee hiding out in the audience. Steve Saunders, you're here. Peter Royce, Steve is chair, Peter Royce is vice chair. I don't know if Peter's here. John Morris, Scott Shepard, Michael Houst, Bill Irving is an alternate, and Danon Mantrek is also an alternate. We have a couple of supervisors of the checklist who checked you in when you came in. I hope you checked in and got a voting card. We have Nilda Janelle and Jenna Schoenwald. We have Nick with New England Mobile Audio running the audio and video today. And we have a couple of people that may be new to you. We have our new facilities, the SAU's facility manager, Joe Williams. He's back in the bleachers. And we have a town facilities manager who you may know from years ago, Jim Anderson. So good to see you folks here with us. We will have opening remarks from Danon Mantrek. We haven't stated any rules yet, so please wait till we do.
I'm asking to be recognized to propose a rules change for the meeting.
When we get to the rules of the meeting, I will recognize you after I present my rules.
Well, this might have an effect on what's happening from what you're saying now forward.
All right, what is it?
Okay, the rules change. I would like
state your name, please.
Ken Grant, 372 Parker Mountain Road. The rules change that I would like to introduce and be voted on would be that the presentation, any presentation, warrant articles, budget by people on the board or on committees, whatever, that are not public comments, I would like to limit that to 5 minutes. That would be my proposal to be voted on. So it'd be 5 minutes for a selectman or a select person to speak on articles or committee members to speak on articles. I'd like to have those presentations limited to 5 minutes.
The time limitation is the moderator's discretion.
I can, according to RSA, I can introduce that type of change.
Well, that's okay. I'm not accepting that motion at this moment.
You what?
I'm not accepting that as a motion at the moment.
When will it be accepted?
After we talk about the rules, then you can propose that.
Okay.
All right, Danon Mantrek, we recognize you for the ceremonies.
Thank you, Ron. Are we working here? Okay. On behalf of the entire select board, I would like to welcome all of you to this deliberative session of the 2023 Barrington Town Meeting, and to thank you all for being here on this cold and blustery day. Before we begin, I'd ask you to join me in Pledge Allegiance. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The year of 2022 marked an impactful milestone in Barrington's history as the town celebrated its tricentennial birthday and the 3 centuries of history. Select Board reestablished a mission, vision, value statement that emphasizes preserving what has made Barrington such a desirable place to live, a community of neighbors that retains its rural character. I believe we have all worked together to make important progress in many areas. We have made several improvements to the town's infrastructure. Some are readily apparent, like our new town hall that was built with a $1.5 million federal grant. Some new updated vehicles and equipment, the municipal parking lot, and road repairs and paving throughout the town. And others are not so obvious, but equally important, like the long-term pavement management plan, a public safety building improvement feasibility study, a new working facilities manager position. The town is also has increased opportunities to enjoy the natural beauty of our town by implementing a forest management plan, improving recreational fields, contributing to the Nippo Lake Landry Conservation Area. We've been very cognizant of the fiscal impact of the recent economic changes and we've tried to maintain the important function of our town government in a fiscally responsible way. In addition to having one of the lowest municipal property tax rates in New Hampshire, we have secured over $2.3 million in grants in 2022 and continued significant non-property tax revenue. We've made further strides to make the town government transparent to everyone. Select Board and other board meetings in the new town hall are recorded and can be attended virtually. The website Ask Barrington is open to anyone who has questions, and we'll try to answer those as quickly as possible. Information inserts are now in your tax bills, and we have invited state political leaders to Select Board meetings to ask them questions and have them tell us of state initiatives. We've tried to keep a divisive political climate out of the town governance by having processes that promote open discourse that respects different opinions from all of our citizens. I think that the enthusiastic and active participation of so many citizen volunteers on our various boards and committees is a testament to that spirit of a community of neighbors. Today, the Select Board is glad to present a warrant with broad support from the Select Board and the Advisory Budget Committee, ABC, as we start our 4th century in 2023. Printed copies of the warrants on white, you picked up green, are the, budget items. This is the default budget, and here are explanations of those zoning ordinance that are also warrant articles that will be discussed today. This information of all these warrants and budget details are available online at barrington.nh.gov/2023 warrant. 2023 budget process started last summer with department heads and the town administrator developing a proposal. Beginning in October, the Select Board and the Advisory Budget Committee, ABC, reviewed, discussed, and deliberated each line item of the budget. We are proud to present citizens with a budget which has nearly equal offsetting non-property tax revenue. We recognize the difficult economic times has strained all parts of our community, and we feel that this operating budget balances the needs of our municipal government with the community's need for fiscal responsibility. I would like to thank all involved, especially the town administrator, Mr. Connor McIver, for all the hard work, dedication through this year's budget process. In addition to the operating budget, we also are supporting several annual contributions to capital reserves accounts to responsibly plan for future capital expenditures. Since the 2003 town master plan was updated, citizens have supported development of the town center. We are proposing creation of a tax incremental finance district, the TIF district, as a way to encourage this development. Finally, there are 2 warrant articles supporting the incremental increase in service-connected total disability credits and all veterans credits. These were all started in 2020 and have incrementally increased every year since then. Thank you again for being here. We look forward to your questions and discussions this morning. Remember that the ballot session of the town meeting, where the final vote on all the warrant articles, will be held here at the middle school on Tuesday, March 14th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Finally, I would like to again thank the many volunteers and employees for their excellent service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Danon. I'd like to go over my simple rules of order for the deliberative session. Number 1, the moderator follows no set rules of order. Voters have the right to challenge the moderator's rules and rulings. Number 2, only registered voters, town employees, and the town's attorney will be allowed to speak. Number 3, after an article is introduced, the select board, town administrator, and advisory budget committee, which we call the ABC, will be recognized first before any comments from the floor. Number 4, the moderator may limit debate. Number 5, comments should be concise and relevant to the article under discussion. Personal attacks are not allowed. Number 6, all debate and questions will be through the moderator. Number 7, speakers must be recognized by the moderator and identify themselves before speaking. Number 8, complicated motions should be submitted in writing. Number 9, only one amendment will be considered at a time. Number 10, speakers are asked to let others speak before they're recognized a second time. Number 11, to request a secret ballot, 5 or more voters in attendance must make the request in writing before a hand vote is called for. Immediately following a hand vote, several voters may request a vote by secret ballot. I didn't write that one. Mine are simple. That's a state mandated rule. Number 12, voters may move to restrict reconsideration of an article after discussion of that article is complete. If the motion passes, there can be no further discussion of that article. And number 13, except for emergency personnel, please silence your electronic devices. Article 1 pertains to the election of officers. And I will just let you know.
Ron, I made a motion. I wish to be recognized.
All right, we'll recognize Ken Grant to state your motion again.
372 Parker Mountain Road. When a warrant article or a budget item is presented by a presenter or whoever the speaker is on the town side, whether it be a official or committee member for that warrant article, whatever, I am asking for a vote that would be limited to 5 minutes for that warrant article or budget item.
Well, you do realize that a more lengthy article like the town budget, the presentation on that may take more than 5 minutes to cover everything that's involved in something as complicated as the town budget. Do you think
that part of it is being an informed voter? This shouldn't be the only meeting that a person is learning the budget on. So I think
that may well be, but it is. So
presenting presenting the town budget or any warrant article shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, in my opinion. So I'm asking for that vote.
Okay, I'm not going to accept that motion.
Well, I think it's on the floor. I think it has to be, I don't think you can deny it.
Yeah, I can rule a motion out of order, and I'm ruling that motion out of order. If you want to propose that for next year,
How long have you been a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer, and neither are you,
Okay,
but nonetheless,
you made the comment earlier about several voters. It only takes 7 voters after a vote is cast to ask for a secret ballot,
that's what I said.
not several, 7.
That's what I said.
But I believe that's a legitimate motion, and I believe it could be heard.
All right, we'll let you do that, but I still have discretion as to how long someone can speak.
Not if you're outvoted. Not according to the statute.
Does anybody second Ken's motion? Dan Ayer seconds the motion. All right. Everyone in favor of limiting a presentation, any presentation, to 5 minutes or less, raise your voting card.
5 minutes.
5 minutes or less. There's about 5, so 5 or 6. All those opposed? All right, the motion fails. Article 1 is pertaining to the election of officers. And I'll just go over what's up for election this year. For the select board, there's 2 openings for a 3-year term. And we have 6 candidates. They are Morgan Carter, Kenneth Grant, Tracy Hardikoff, Michael Houst, James Sikosha, and Robert Russell. For trustee of the trust funds, we have 1 opening for a 3-year term. We have 1 candidate, Patricia Gingrich. For cemetery trustees, we have 1 opening for a 3-year term. We have 1 candidate, Rick Walker. And for library trustees, we have 2 openings for a 3-year term. We have 4 candidates, Susan Gaudiello, Randall Heller, Frank Natali, and Carolina Bodner. We can't do anything on that article today. We will vote on those in March. So that will appear as written. Articles 2 through 7 are zoning articles. We cannot amend those. So I am proposing that we consider those after Article 31, and we can have a presentation explaining them, but we can't make any amendments to them. So if there's no objection, we will move those to the end of the meeting. Okay, all right. Article 8 is the operating budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $8,279,529. Should this article be defeated, the default budget will be $8,005,978, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold 1 special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numerals 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. This article is projected to add 24 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $78 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. And I recognize Town Administrator McIver to talk about the budget.
Great, thank you. So I won't reiterate everything the chair said, but I too want to thank everybody for being here. I know it's cold. We'll try to keep it quick, but I think by the vote that just happened, most folks recognize that it's important to understand these items that the town gets to vote on. We have 30 some odd articles this year, and that threshold is high. People are busy and we want people to be informed. There's a few tools that we have outside of this session to help make that easier for voters. Probably the most important document that I encourage everybody to leave with is this blue document. It's titled the 2023 Voter Guide. This version is for this town meeting deliberative session. Any changes that may happen here will be updated, and this document will be reissued after this meeting ahead of the March 14th vote. And this is something that the town hasn't done in a while, but I've been here 4 years, and probably the most consistent request that I have gotten from residents is they want something like this to make it easier for them to understand the warrant articles. And so this includes objective explanations of each article, some history and details. So this is probably the simplest resource that if you can spend, you know, the 10-15 minutes reviewing the pages of this document, you'll find tremendous value. In addition, the chair mentioned the webpage, barrington.nh.gov/2023 warrant. That's basically an expanded version of this. It includes links to all of the backup documentation, everything, the entire process to develop each one of these warrant articles. In addition, there's video links to each article that has been presented at various stages. So not every article has a video, but most of them do. So for example, there's a 13-minute video on the budget from the budget public hearing, which goes in more detail than I will today. So anyways, I encourage you to look at this document. So we're here right now talking about Article 8, which is the operating budget. As you heard from the moderator, it's an $8.2 million budget, which represents an 8% increase. For those of you that have been to one of these sessions before, you know that it isn't productive to talk about the budget without also talking about revenue. We'll talk a little bit more about revenue in a second, but the increase in revenue, non-property tax revenue, in 2023 is estimated to be over 7%. And that's important, and you heard why from the chair. Default budget of $8 million, and as you heard, this article is unanimously supported by the Budget Committee and Select Board. In addition to that warrant page, the entire budget process, which again started in August, is available at barrington.nh.gov/2023 budget. This is hundreds of pages. It's every document that the Budget Committee and Select Board used to develop this budget. It's organized very well with a table of contents. You see the snip of that on the screen here. And if you're looking for a deeper dive than the 15-minute review of this or the half hour on the webpage, the warrant webpage, this is a great resource for you. And of course, we're available always to answer questions. So talking about revenue, you see this is the pie chart that represents all the money that comes into the town of Barrington. That largest pie, slice of the pie, isn't surprising. That's property taxes. But what is surprising is that's less than 50%. Less than 50% of what it takes for the town to provide services to its residents comes from property taxes. The majority comes from vehicle registration, state and federal aid, fees for service, and other miscellaneous sources. And so we focus mostly on the tax rate portion because that's what you know, in July and December when you pay your tax bills, that's what you're paying attention to, and that's what residents seem to care most about. But there's a lot more to the pie than just that. And the increases and making policy decisions at the local level and state level that impact the money coming into the other half of that pie directly impacts how much we have to raise by taxes. You heard about the $2.3 million worth of grants. If you follow the state budget, you know that the meals and rooms tax distribution increased, and that has a direct impact of what we have to raise by taxes. So speaking of taxes, Barrington's tax rate in 2022 is $19.85 per thousand. The town portion, the municipal portion of that is $3, and that represents 15% of the total tax rate. We'll talk more about how remarkable that is in a second, but you see the line graph here that shows back in 2013, that portion was 21%. So the pace of growth in your municipal government has been outpaced by the county and the school. I'm not saying that's inherently a bad thing, but the message it conveys to me is that the leaders in Barrington have worked hard, department heads, staff, political leaders like the select board, to make sure that the services provided to the town, to the residents by the town, are lean and efficient and not unnecessary. So specific to the budget, the big increases this year relate to inflation and staffing. 60% of our operating budget reflects wages and benefits. It's not a huge surprise. You are a customer service organization. We provide services to residents. It takes people to do that. So there are a variety of changes. Benefit costs have increased. Obviously, that's an inflation change. There have been some changes to staffing in different organizations. We implemented the 2022 wage study. What do you suggest, Nick? Too cold for technology. It looks like it's there, it's just not. There we go. All right, back on track. So we're talking about staffing inflation. This is one that's obviously most familiar to anybody that dips into their wallet. The town hasn't been immune to this. The 18-month consumer price index average is 9.71%. In the 2023 operating budget, the biggest hits for the town: vehicle fuel, paving, salt, electricity, heating fuel. Some of these, as residents of the town, are very familiar to you. A couple of notes on that category. Vehicle fuel. We did an analysis. Our vehicle fuel utilization is down 10% over the last 2 years. And so it's not that we aren't doing our part to make sure that we're only prioritizing the work that needs to be done, and protecting the taxpayer dollars. But the price has gone up tremendously. Paving, as a derivative of a petroleum product, paving, just to do the same as we did last year, we need over $50,000 more just to keep up with the pavement management plan. And it's, we invested a good deal of time and effort developing a 5-year pavement plan to make sure that we're protecting the roads that we have. And so just to break even, not to add anything or do anything more, you see those inflationary costs. So again, this is the whole budget. You see where we were in 2022, what the proposal is for 2023. So the budget minus the revenue, that's what gives us that tax effort, right? So that's where the tax rate impact comes from, that's listed on the warrant article for Article 8 here. $325,000 home. We did analysis this year with the assessing office. That's the average home value. Some folks confuse that with the average sale price in Barrington, which anybody that follows the real estate market is quite a bit higher than that. Values in Barrington continue to rise, but the average home price is $325,000. On that budget binder page, we have that full analysis available with all the data to back it up if you're interested. So again, we talked about the $2.3 million in grants. We do what we can to limit the impact of residents on the tax rate and their pocketbook. So let's talk briefly about what Barrington does. This is just a snapshot. We do a lot more than this, but the assessing office monitors 5,000 parcels in town. The building department, just in 2022, issued over 750 permits. We talked about the $2.3 million in grants. The fire department, 1,100 calls. Highway department maintains 80 miles of road. The land use office processed 75 applications. There's a lot of activity in town, and it's you, the voters, that get to decide through the zoning ordinance what is allowed. The zoning board and the planning board, they review these applications for compliance with what exists. When you see a development project and you think, gosh, I wish that wasn't there, it's not the zoning board or the planning board that is deciding what goes where and when. It's the voters that decide with a zoning ordinance what is allowed. 67,000 borrowed items from the library in 2022, 19,000 events and calls in the police department. Recreation department put on 40 programs with over 4,500 participants. Tax office issued $27 million in tax bills. Remember, they collect taxes for the school and the county as well. Town clerk, there are 1,300 registered vehicles in town and 2,200 registered dogs. Barrington's a community of 9,400 people. And we have 2,200 registered dogs. And I know that not every dog in this town is registered. That is a remarkable number of dogs. Transfer station processed 1,500 tons of trash and almost 500 tons of recycling in 2022. So that's what we use your $3 per thousand of the taxes that you pay. That's a snapshot of what we use that money for. So the chair mentioned, and this is a recurring theme in town, we all work consistently to focus on Barrington's rural character. And that means different things to different people, and that's okay, but it's a recurring theme, and the focus on that rural character can be challenging at times. One of the reasons it can be challenging is because Barrington is not a small community. And so I have some data here. You can dig into it on the town's website, but I'll just give you a snapshot here. The town's tax rate, that 15% of the total tax rate being the municipal portion. If you map all 234 communities in the state, that puts Barrington in the 6th percentile. There are only 12 communities in the entire state that have a smaller portion of their total tax rate that goes to the municipality. And you can guess most of those communities are in much more rural and northern areas of the state. Some of them don't have police departments. Some of them just have all volunteer fire departments. And so the fact that the Barrington's in the 6th percentile, I think really speaks to the focus on a lean municipal government and only doing what we need to provide services to the residents. Population, value, and land area. Barrington is the 87th, 83rd, and 80th percentile. Barrington is a large community. And to maintain that rural character, that small town feel, takes a lot of effort. It doesn't happen by accident. And so sometimes you might feel frustrated because you feel like Barrington's growing or isn't maintaining that rural character. That's because it's hard to do, and there isn't an easy solution to make it happen because Barrington isn't small. Relative to the municipal tax rate, you can't just look at one metric and say, hey, Barrington's got a small municipal tax rate. If we correct that for population and value and land area, the percentile is the 8th percentile, 14th percentile, and 9th percentile. Barrington's municipal tax rate is small no matter how you cut it, and Barrington is big no matter how you cut it. And so we have some maps which help better than maybe a bar chart. This shows population, value, and land area. You can see the population centers. Only the communities listed in white here are bigger than Barrington. All of the red is smaller than Barrington. For value, you see the Lakes region, a big pocket around the Lakes region and the Seacoast and the Nashua, Derry, Manchester area. For land area, you see it's communities in the northern tier that just have more land area than the town of Barrington. Barrington's big. These are those 5 metrics that reference the town's municipal tax rate. And you can see that only those red communities have a smaller portion by each metric of the municipal tax rate than Barrington. When you correct it for population, it's only the population centers. When you correct it for value, it's only those communities, that high value communities like the Lakes region, the Seacoast, and land area farther north. And so I think if that information is used for anything for you, remember that the select board, the department heads, we work tirelessly to make sure that your government only does what it needs to do and is as responsive as possible with the $3 per thousand that we get. And so I'm happy to answer questions. I know the select board's available to answer questions about the budget, and the budget committee members are here as well.
Thank you, Connor. Any comments from the select board? ABC? Steve? Nope. Okay, comments from the floor. Seeing none, Article 8 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to A, establish the town center tax increment financing or TIF district in accordance with RSA 162K, adopted by Barrington Town Meeting in 1988. The proposed district includes 205 properties along routes 125 and 9 in the Greater Town Center and Village zoning districts, as represented in the map found in Section 5 of the Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 12, 2022. B, adopt the provisions of the Town Center TIF District Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 12, 2022, in accordance with RSA 162K6 and RSA 162K9. Copies of the Town Center TIF District Map Development Program and Financing Plan are available at the Town Hall and online on the Barrington website. C, authorize the Select Board to appoint the District Administrator in accordance with RSA 162K13 and to create a 5-member advisory board in accordance with RSA 162K14, with the advisory board membership to be determined by the Select Board. This article is recommended by the ABC by a vote of 3-2 and the Select Board by a vote of 5-0. And Town Administrator McIver will talk about the TIF district.
Great, thank you. So I will preface this conversation with just my goal here is to educate as many people as possible about what this is. Unfortunately, some things in municipal government aren't simple and they aren't easy to understand. And it's your all job to decide whether you think it's a good idea or not. And if you think it's a good idea and you want the community to do something like this, then it will require a grassroots effort to make sure other people are educated and informed. We have 7,000 registered voters in this town, and this is just a snapshot here. And so anytime there's a complex topic, whether it's a zoning article or something like a TIF district that the town of Barrington doesn't see all the time, the threshold is a lot higher to educate voters and make sure that they're able to make informed decisions. And again, that's my goal, to make sure residents can make informed decisions. So we're going to break down this tax increment financing district for the town center into its component parts. Importantly, if you're looking for more information, there's a 10-minute presentation available recorded on the town's website. There's a web page dedicated to this article, barrington.nh.gov/TIF, TIF. It's in the voter guide and elsewhere. So let's talk briefly about the town center. What you're looking at here is a zoning map that creates land use districts. The yellow area is the town center zoning district. And so there are separate rules in that area than everywhere else in town. It's centered around the 9 and 125 intersection, Christmas Dove, Caleb's Country Store, George Caleb's, etc. And so let's talk briefly about the origin of this district. So the statute that gives us the ability to create TIF districts is RSA 162K. In their wisdom, the residents of the town of Barrington adopted those provisions in 1988. This has been something that the town has been paying attention to since before I was born. And those provisions laid the groundwork for the conversation we're having now and the conversations that preceded that. So really the spur of the 2003, the town center zoning district is the 2003 master plan update. And so this presentation's on the website. Each one of these is a link. You can click and see all the details of each one of the steps of these processes. So the community got together, comprehensive update in 2003, and said, hey, we want something for our town center. They described a quaint town center. And that idea grew and grew. And then in 2007, the town hired a consultant to come in and develop a town center plan. Say, what is it going to take to get this done? What do we need for zoning? What do we need for infrastructure? What do we need to change to bring this to town? Bring this idea of a quaint, safe, walkable town center. And so in 2008, that zoning, there was a comprehensive zoning change and the town center zoning district was created. That yellow area that you saw was created. And the focus was to consolidate development to that area. We talk about rural character. The idea at the time, and that has recurred since then, is that one good way to maintain Barrington's rural character is to consolidate that development, that quaint small town development with shops that you can walk to, etc., in one part of town to allow the rest of the town to remain rural, have the conservation areas and the walking trails, but have a place for the town to be able to gather and go to. So that was reiterated in 2014 with the community profile, in 2019 with the rec strategic plan. Every update to the master plan since then and every change to the zoning ordinance and zoning map has talked about this town center. And the tough part is this town center zoning districts went into effect at the beginning of a recession. And so all of the private energy and excitement about this fizzled quickly. And so we haven't seen a lot of change in this district since then. And one of the reasons is the lack of funding source on the municipality side to fund the things that people talked about. So drilling in, what did people talk about? What did people want to see from a public perspective in this town center? Transportation, the vehicular congestion in the town center is already bad. If we start developing it, it's only going to be worse. So we need to address those problems. And there's ways to address them, but they cost money. Pedestrian safety. We don't even have a way to get across Route 9 safely. There isn't even a crosswalk across Route 9. How can we expect people to walk from Christmas Dove to Calais to get a sandwich if they can't safely cross Route 9? So these are the types of things that people have said they want to see since 2003. Recreation, they want a place to gather. That zoning district calls for 15 to 25% of the land area of a development to be committed to civic use or open space. So that means a developer comes in to develop 10 acres of property. The town says between 1.5 and 2.5 acres needs to be reserved for civic use or open space. We want to put a park there. We want to put a gazebo there. We want to put a playground, a splash pad, who knows? But that's what the residents designed in the zoning district. The trouble is the town has never had a way to pay for those things. And there hasn't been energy to ask the voters to pay for it. And because that's a high threshold, we appreciate the fact that we have a low municipal tax rate. Everything that we're talking about costs money, and that's the beauty of this TIF district. We'll talk about how it accomplishes that. Additionally, the indoor community space, whether it's a community center, a senior center, a library, some municipal anchor in this area that draws people to the center of town, et cetera. So that's what people have said that they want to see. And we know not every resident in the town of Barrington wants to see that, and that's okay. The trouble is the majority of residents time and time again have said that that's what they want to see. So it's our job, if that's what the majority of residents want, to find a way to make that happen. And that's what this proposal is. So that's the town center. Let's talk about a TIF district. Tax increment financing. It's a temporary economic development tool. So this is the how to pay for those things. Funding improvements like we talked about. To the ability to realize the vision for the town center that we've heard time and time again. This is a popular tool in New Hampshire. Most of the communities bordering Barrington have implemented TIF districts to fund similar projects and initiatives, small in scope, large in scope. Rural communities, cities alike use this tool. So what does it do? How does it accomplish this? And this is where we get into the weeds, and you have to understand it a little bit to be able to consider whether it makes sense or not. So the idea is you have a district, a geographic district, and you reinvest the new tax dollars from within that district to fund the priorities that you have. So a developer comes in and says, you know, we're going to construct $2 million worth of development, regardless of what it is. The town is able to take the taxes paid on that $2 million. So just the new taxes. It doesn't take away anything from already exists, doesn't raise taxes from anybody else. It takes those new taxes and says, okay, we're going to reinvest those to add the gazebo or add the transportation improvements like a crosswalk or, you know, improvements to the streets that further incentivize the development in that area that we have designed. And it being temporary, once the district dissolves, all of that tax base, and the idea is that it's a larger tax base than if you did nothing, goes back to the tax rolls. So the funding from a TIF district allows you to establish and maintain that community space. You know, when I came here, they were just starting to build the sidewalk on Community Way that leads up to where Christmas Dove is. And everybody was in a tear because this sidewalk's going to be a town sidewalk and we're going to have to maintain that. And it's contrary to the plan for the town center, which says we want to be able to walk places. Well, to be able to walk places, you need sidewalks. But the residents of Barrington are very concerned with how things are going to be paid for. And that's a legitimate concern. If we can take somebody that builds out behind Christmas Dove and we take the taxes that they pay to buy a Bobcat to maintain that sidewalk or to pay the extra wages it requires to maintain that sidewalk, now they're paying for the improvements that are required directly without going to the residents of the town of Barrington to hit them up for that additional cost. So it also allows development partnerships to realize these broader goals. So again, if 15 to 25% of a developer's land has to be reserved for town's use, that gives us the opportunity to work with them and design their project that's conducive to those things. We don't have that ability, that existing ability within the land use regulations because we don't have anything to offer. There isn't a great opportunity for collaboration. Most importantly, voters are in charge. You're here now because you get to decide whether a TIF district is established or not. Voters can amend or adopt or rescind the TIF district at any time. If there were ever to be a bond, which some communities bond the money to make larger scale improvements, there's no proposed bond here and nothing planned at this time, but 60% of voters have to support it. And there's a public advisory board for the TIF district and decisions go through the select board. Just real quick, what it doesn't do. These are common misconceptions. We have a full list of frequently asked questions on the webpage. So if you want to dig in, you can go there and check it out. This doesn't change the zoning, right? The zoning's established, doesn't change anything for zoning. Doesn't change property rights. Maybe somebody in this room owns land in the TIF district. Doesn't change what you can do with the land. It only gives the town an opportunity to invest new tax dollars in that area. It doesn't increase taxes. The people inside the district and outside the district pay the same in taxes no matter what. It's just where those tax dollars go and what they fund that changes. Doesn't create special fees or assessments and doesn't decrease the funding to the county or the school. The baseline value stays the same. It only captures new value, and that's the incremental value tax increment financing. So this is what it looks like. So you can see that it extends up Route 125 and out Route 9 around the town center zoning district. It captures areas with development potential and civic use and open space potential. As you heard in the language of the article, it's 205 parcels. It's 1,200 acres. The baseline value is 80 million, so that will never change. It's only the added value in addition to that. It's temporary. It's proposed to expire in 20 years. We had a conversation with the budget committee, and actually one of the members that voted not to recommend this said, well, I don't think that's very temporary. I reminded him that Barrington just celebrated its 300th anniversary. 20 years is temporary when you're talking about an organization that's been around for 300 years. But regardless, the idea is that it goes away. We accomplish the goals of the district and it goes away. There's no bond. It's designed around the recurring vision of the town center, and it's recommended for approval by the budget committee and select board. And again, happy to answer questions. I think it'd be great if there was any discussion, but if you think it's a good idea, make sure to draw attention to your friends and neighbors, because the only way complex topics of any kind will be able to be thoughtfully decided on by the voters is if they know what it is. So there's resources available online, in person, and I'm always happy to take a phone call or answer an email as well.
Thanks, Connor. Any comments from the select board? Any comments from the ABC? Any comments from the floor?
Mr. St. Jean,
Yes.
if I may.
Yep.
We've discussed this at some detail at the select board, and you can see some of those meetings, some of those discussions online. I think that this is a concrete step to enhance this town center that we've so long wanted. It sounds fairly complex, although I think as you think about it, it becomes a little simpler in its concept. And I think probably the 20 years is probably a small number. We're trying to talk about development of this town center over a period of time. I think one of the objections, and I would defer to the ABC, I think one of the objections was the ABC felt that 20 years was a pretty long time. But I think the kinds of things that need to be done to make this town center a real viable part of our community are going to take 15, 20 years to occur. And also the town can modify that as time goes on. If we find that that's too long a period, or all the things that we want to accomplish get done in a shorter period, we can end this TIF district. Or if we feel that it's going to need more time, we can extend that. That's up to the voters as we go along. I would recommend supporting this as we've proposed it.
Okay, any other comments? Yep. Ken, just a second, the person behind you was up first.
Okay.
Okay.
Ken Grant, 372 Parker Mountain Road. The voter guide has more explanation than the article does, but I noticed in the voter guide, it talked about such things, publics and facilities for civic uses, public facilities for civic uses. And then it was mentioned here that the town wanted the town center as to about 8,000 residents. How many want the town center? What's the number? Did you give a number?
It's a good question, and I'm happy to answer. I'll get my microphone turned on here. So the most definitive number would be when the town center zoning district was established, because that was a ballot initiative. So the voters that came out in 2008 and voted in that, they decided overwhelmingly, this is what we want for a zoning district. The other things like the master plan.
But what number? What number? The 8,000?
I don't have those records in front of me right now, but I can certainly follow up with you if you'd like to know by what margin that passed or failed and how many people came out.
And this was back 2008, 10, something like that?
Yeah, that was 2008. And so what's happened since then have been community meetings where, whether it's updating the master plan or there's other surveys, which we've had decent participation recently, close to 1,000 in a couple of them. And that feedback has retained that message.
So how many, for this warrant article to appear here, what's the number of citizens that drove you to, that that drove you to say this needed to be on the ballot? How many?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it was these steps that the town have taken where that recurring theme has happened. The other thing that exists is obviously the residents of Barrington elect a select board to represent them and to take their ideas to fruition. Similarly, the select board appoints planning board members. So these are citizen volunteers, these are neighbors. And it's their goal, it's their objective to bring what they know about the community into fruition in any form of way. And so consistently, the select board and the planning board, as agents of the residents, said that this is a priority enough, we want to find a way to accomplish it. The residents have themselves have had the opportunity, both at the ballot and at community forums and surveys, to opine about that also. But I think the point that you're making will be decided on March 14th, right? So the residents of Barrington will decide on March 14th, do we want to take this step or not? And I'm not confident that they will or won't, but the idea is if residents do want it, I feel it's my duty and the board's duty to give them the opportunity to make a decision. And that's what the residents will have on March 14th.
You're talking about having civic use of public facilities, and we have that now, and quite specifically the library. And there are a number of uses that the library has provided, and one of them, to the exclusion of all other political parties or groups, is that a time block and a day have been given to one specific group.
Ken, would you
for
excuse me,
time.
Ken, excuse me, Ken, would you confine your discussion to Article 9?
Well,
and
isn't
not
civic?
No, we're
isn't
not
civic-
talking, we're
isn't
not
public
talking
use of
about the
civic
functions.
facilities?
We're not
part of it?
discussing the functions of the library.
Yeah, we're not. We're talking about public use of civic use of public facilities.
We
And
can-
I'm
we can
talking
discuss
about
that
one
in
now.
general, but I don't
And
think a tax
there's
on
no
the library is
guarantee
appropriate.
Because there isn't right now that the outreach for that use is given fairly to more than just one group, whether it be political. And that's happening right now.
Well, why don't
No
you,
other
why don't you
people
discuss
need
that
to
with the
apply
trustees of the
for the
library?
public use of this civic facility other than the group that's provided in a year in advance. So something should be done to currently what we have to make sure there is even treatment for different groups.
And one thing I'm hearing you say, which I'll take the opportunity to elaborate, when we talk about a facility in the town center, if this TIF district is created, this TIF district would not provide the funding source to fund a facility, a community center, a senior center, library, anything like that. That would still be something that the residents would need to decide. So I don't want folks to be confused that, oh, I'm going to approve this and that's going to put a town building in the town center. That will not happen. This gives the opportunity to lay the groundwork to explore utilization of the 15 to 25%. So if your concern, and I could be wrong, but what I'm hearing you say is your concern is that if there's a public facility in this town center, how would that be managed? What would the details be? That would be a future decision of the voters. That would very likely be a bond article, and that would be something for the voters to discuss and deliberate at that time. And I'm not saying it's not a valid concern, but we're not proposing to use this money to build a building because there just simply won't be enough. Thank you for the opportunity to elaborate.
Hello?
Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. I'm not sure if I have to split this, but I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on Articles 8 and 9.
Let's see if there's any more discussion on this article first, and then we'll, yeah, back.
Rick Walker, 24 Green Hill, and I'll apologize ahead of time if this question was addressed and I didn't catch it, but can land be added to this TIF district should it get approved? And can land be removed from the TIF district? Or is it once it's done, it's done?
It's a great question. And the answer is yes. There are some limits, which I won't get into the weeds, but you see on this slide, almost 4% of the total acreage of town. The state statute sets a limit of 5%. So land could be added to this existing TIF district at a future time up to that 5%. Similarly, land could be taken away. There's no bottom floor. Importantly, if land is added, the baseline value isn't today's value. It's the value at the time that it's added. But it's a great question.
So as a follow-up, if to add land, is that just something that the select board would do, or would it go back before the voters to increase the size of the TIF district?
Great question. Voters are in charge. That would be something that the voters would have to decide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I just wanted to say, and I don't know enough about it to speak too knowledgeably, but not too long ago, within the past few years, I think there was some kind of like vision for the town thing that was done. I don't know who ran that or did that or has information on that. My personal conversations around that did talk a lot about a town center and community space and all of those kind of things. So it seemed to me at the time that a lot of people were in support of that, but I don't know if whoever ran that vision plan or whatever has information on surveys or anything that was done. But that would potentially address Ken's question about like currently, what is the support for the town center? Again, my personal experience talking to people is that there's a lot of support for it, but that would be an interesting information to come up if anyone has that information.
That's a great point. And so in the 2008 to 2022 updates to the master plan, this link has kind of the chronological updates. The most recent one was the master plan steering committee, and the two chapters of the master plan being worked on right now are the land use, very topical, and transportation, also very topical. So they held a Saturday session in December, I think December 19th or so, and the results of that, the consultant working on those master plan chapters compiling, but there's a survey of over 600 residents, and that data is also being compiled. So that would probably be the most applicable, the most recent data that was collected, and we'll make sure that's available, and we can link it within the conversations of the TIF district. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Any other discussion on Article 9? Okay, Article 9 will appear on the ballot as written. Lisa, do you still want to make your motion? State your name again.
Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. Like to make a motion to restrict discussion on both Articles 8 and 9.
Okay, do we have a second? George Bailey seconds. I'll remember restricting reconsideration means that we cannot come back and discuss this article any further at a later time. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Everyone in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, that passes. Okay, Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 to be added to the Bridge and Culvert Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to Warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 21 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $68 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Capiello will speak on this article.
Background on this. This Capital Reserve Fund was established in 2013. We currently have 420,000 in it, and this contribution would increase it by 300,000. So we have 3 projects that we're particularly focusing on in Barrington for this money. The Lakeshore Oaks Drive culvert, that is the outlet of Swains Lake. There are 3 very undersized and deteriorating culverts that drain Swains Lake. And in the case of heavy rain and runoff, as we had with the Mother's Day flood, those culverts get flooded and they can't handle the amount of water that goes through there. We hoped for FEMA hazard mitigation money to offset the cost of this. We didn't get the monies in the first grant application, but the feds encouraged Barrington to reapply with a full engineering design and securing of the necessary easements to do the work. So we're optimistic that perhaps we'll get 80% of the funding. The second is Young Road. There's a 48-inch steel culvert that's been deteriorating for a number of years, and the town is going to need to replace this at some point, and it will require significant permitting and cost to do that. The culvert at the bottom of Pond Hill Road needs replacement, and to replace that will be costly. It will help preserve water quality at Ayers Lake. So we hope to be able to put aside monies for these 3 projects and, you know, get some grants and ideally complete them in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Joyce. Before we discuss this article further, Connor is going to talk a little bit about fund balance.
And he really does mean a little bit. It's 3 slides. Fund balance is another one of those topics that is generally confusing to voters, and I recognize why. It's more confusing this year because the town is handling its unassigned fund balance differently. And that's based on feedback from voters and the advisory budget committee. So fund balance is a savings account for the town. It comes from unexpended appropriations and revenue in excess of projections. It's used for cash flow. It's used in case of emergency with authorization from the Department of Revenue Administration. But most specifically in Barrington, it's used to fund the capital projects, capital initiatives in town. And so there's 2 ways you can use fund balance. You can use it indirectly or directly. And we're going to talk about the difference, what we used to do and what we do now. This chart's kind of confusing, but it shows that we have targeted that gray line is 12.5%. That's the target. That's what we try to maintain to ensure fiscal responsibility. The orange line has been the dollar value of the available fund balance. And then you see those blue bars. That's how much we've used at town meeting historically. And so direct use and indirect use. The indirect use is what Barrington has always done. You read the warrant article, it says we want to add $50,000 to the communications capital reserve, and that will be funded by fund balance. And the reason that we've heard negative feedback from voters in the budget committee is because it's funded from fund balance, there's no future tax rate impact. And we hear from voters constantly, well, that's still our tax dollars, which is factually true. The trouble is the way the warrant article is written that says we have to put a tax rate impact on a warrant article says that we have to say what the future tax rate impact is. And it's factual that there's no future tax rate impact, but voters have felt that it's disingenuous. And so, and not transparent. And as hard as we had always tried to explain it to voters and make information available, there's a whole chapter of the budget binder just focused to unassigned fund balance with all the history and the details. And you can take as shallow of a dive or as deep of a dive as you want. But that utilization has helped to achieve voter support for those warrant articles. And so based on that feedback and the volume of warrant article requests this year, the advisory budget committee recommended and the select board supported putting all of the warrant articles requesting additional appropriations on the tax rate and to use fund balance directly when the tax rate is set. And so what that means is in October, that fund balance will be available and the select board will use the surplus in addition to 12.5% to buy down the tax rate. So I give an example on the next slide here, but part of the reason it made sense to do that this year, in addition to the feedback from voters, was because we don't estimate that there will be enough to fund the entire $1 million worth of additional appropriations that are on the warrant. We estimate there'll be about $700,000. And so instead of the budget committee or select board picking and choosing, saying this one's going to be funded from fund balance and this one's going to be funded from the tax rate, they thought this year would be a good year to put them all on the tax rate. And then in October, maybe residents will appropriate the full $1 million of additional contributions that have been requested. And the select board will use the $700,000, and that's a conservative estimate. That's a minimum that will be available at that time to buy down the tax rate. So that's the direct use. And if it can introduce instability, if it's not managed properly, right, you want to set thresholds at 12.5%. You want to budget appropriately. You want to understand what you expect year over year. But that approach will have a similar impact on the tax rate as if the warrant articles, if $700,000 worth of warrant articles were funded from fund balance. But the idea is that it's more transparent to voters and it gives the ability for each warrant article to stand on its own merits and not prioritize or not list some on the tax rate and some on fund balance. And so because of that, the budget committee and select board have also listed all of the warrant articles from all of the financial warrant articles from 10 to 22 or 10 to 21, I think, in priority order, all of the capital reserve contributions. And so what they recognize is that if voters get into the ballot box and need to know what's most important, the order of those warrant articles for capital reserves is listed in the order they felt it was most important. And you'll see that also because the warrant articles later on that contribute to capital reserves, the budget committee didn't recommend all of them. Some of the smaller dollar warrant articles, the advisory budget committee thought could be deferred and didn't recommend them. So anyways, we have $1 million worth of additional appropriations on the warrant. We estimate 688,000 in available fund balance. So if everything's approved and we only have 688,000, that's 364,000, which is the balance, which would be raised by taxes. That's 26 cents or $83 on a tax bill. But you'll see on every single warrant article the tax rate impact if there were no fund balance to use for it. Again, it's confusing. I would encourage anybody to ask questions, visit the webpage, and send people my way or the way of the select board or budget committee if you do have questions. But because we're doing it different, I wanted to make sure to spend a minute on that, and I appreciate the moderator's time to do that.
Okay, thank you, Connor. Any other comments on Article 10 by the select board? Okay, AB, just one second, Dan. ABC, have any comments? Seeing none? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Daniel A. 334 Old Concord Turnpike. The lake shore, that is private property and using taxpayers' dollars on it. And that it's not right that the town and staff will choose a certain project they go after. That should have been addressed when we did the Hall Road. If there's a private culvert that's going to interfere, taxpayers' money spent on it. That's why these programs and stuff. Why is it this designated to that? I think it's poor management. When the whole culvert was installed at taxpayers' expense, there's a liability up the street that could damage it. Should have been addressed then, not now after the fact. And that's why I disagree with spending money on private property. Well, there's other roads in town that could be spent on. Why is it single to this one?
Any response?
Happy to address that briefly. It's certainly possible that there could have been a more opportune time to address the problem. The unfortunate reality is the problem exists now, and ignoring it, we don't believe is in the town's best interest. The biggest challenge is with those culverts under Lakeside Oaks Drive is it limits the ability to drain water from Swains Lake. So in springtime and in high rain environments, which the storms are producing more rain in that catchment area for Swains Lake, it only allows us to let so much water out of the dam, which raises the water levels around the lake and puts the dam monitor, the road agent, in the challenging position to decide, do I let so much water out of this dam that's going to wash out Lakeside Oaks Drive, or do I let the level of the lake build up so much that further impacts the dam? So the tough part is it's a problem that exists and can't be ignored, and so we're working to address it. Fortunately, we're optimistic that we'll be able to receive grant funding through FEMA, which I think is maybe what you reference when you say there's programs available, but there has been too many problems that we have ignored because we haven't been able to raise the money or convince voters that it's a good idea. And the challenge is the more we ignore problems, the more expensive it's going to be to solve them, and especially if it's a catastrophic failure of any of the infrastructure. So it's entirely possible that there could have been a better time to address the problem, but the reality is it exists now. We need to do something about it.
Any other comments on Article 10? Ken?
Ken Grant, Parker Mountain Road. A question, this picture you're showing right here, is that a current culvert?
No,
No,
they're keen eye.
that's Pond Hill Road, right?
Yeah, it's just a good culvert picture.
Well, why don't you have the proper picture there? Why are you trying to boil it like that?
Hey, listen, take some pictures for me and I'll be glad to put them up on next year's presentation.
I shouldn't have to do that. You're the one that brought this forward.
Hey, I'm trying to save your money.
And
I'm trying to focus on what matters.
The Pond Hill Road culvert wasn't even overseen by engineers, registered engineers, or there were no concrete tests done on the concrete that was poured there. So you have no idea what that structure would actually pass a engineering standard.
Noted. I'll make a note, try to get better pictures next year. Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 10? If not, are you commenting on Article 10? Okay.
Lisa Titus Nicholas Way. I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on Article 10.
Wait 1 second until I state that this is going to appear on the article, on the warrant as written, on the ballot as read, as written. So don't go away. With no additional comments on Article 10. Article 10 will appear on the ballot as written. Go ahead, Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on Article 10.
Do we have a second? George, was that a second? Okay, George Bailey seconded. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Article 10 is restricted. Thank you, Lisa. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be added to the Highway Heavy Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 14 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $45 to a tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Gibson.
History of this capital reserve, established in 1981, has a current balance of $338,998. Requested contribution is $200,000. It's recommended by ABC and the Select Board. Purpose, of course, is saving for large highway department equipment purchases. Some examples of planned future uses are to replace a 6-wheel dump truck, replace a 1-ton pickup truck, replace a 30-year-old grader. We all value the roads in Barrington. I'd like to commend Mark and the entire highway department for their efforts. There's over 80 miles of roads in Barrington. The department has done a great job with maintenance and replacement schedules for the vehicles. This diligence and maintenance and replacement has saved money. And they've also been making a lot of progress in purchasing vehicles that are more rust resistant, and given all the salt and conditions we have to deal with, these kind of investments have prolonged the life of the vehicles and saved the town money. So they're doing a really good job with this capital reserve, and this equipment is needed for maintaining our roads.
Thank you. Any other select person comments? ABC, any comments? No comments? Comments from the floor? Seeing none, Article 11 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the fire truck capital reserve fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 7 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $23 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. It's recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Sakosha.
So established in 1988, the current balance is $490,229. Request contribution, $100,000, recommended by the ABC and the Select Board. The purpose of this is saving for large fire apparatus purchases, which we know the town's growing residentially and commercially. So you could see their plan for future use. The vehicles range from 1993 to 2017. So it's very important to cycle in new trucks, old trucks, and that's it.
Okay, any other select board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? I think Rick is going to comment.
Rick Walker, Fire Chief. Just want to put into perspective, today, if we were to replace one of the frontline engines with a pretty basic truck, which is typically what we buy, the cost of those trucks are about $650,000 and going up every year. So we're due to replace our forestry truck in 23. We're working on getting a utility type vehicle and presenting that to the Select Board. And in 25, I believe it is, engine 1 is due to go away. But but we're working now with a number of different companies to see if it makes sense to do a refurb on that truck and keep it for another 8 or 10 years, which would save the town a significant amount of money. So just to make sure that the people may watch this at home or whatever, that we are looking at innovative ways to stretch these dollars, because it's pretty darn expensive to buy a fire truck right now. Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 12? Yep, Dan?
I would like to commend Chief Walker, also Mark Morrow and George Joy. They have projected out their potential equipment requirements for several years into the future. And that's what this capital reserve accounts for the fire equipment, also for highway equipment and police equipment, have been projected out into the future. They've done a great job of giving us numbers so that we won't, in the future years, as many as 10 to 15 years into the future, we won't have a sudden increase in our tax rate to pay for these things. And that's what these capital reserve accounts are working. We would commend the department heads for the way of their detailed forward thinking on these items.
Okay. Anything else on Article 12? Being none, Article 12 will appear on, nope, you're on Article 12? No, okay. Article 12 will appear on the ballot as written. Yes.
Todd Titus, 32 Nicholas Way, would request we restrict discussion on Articles 11 and 12 for reconsideration.
Okay. George Bailey seconds. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Articles 11 and 12, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Fire and Rescue Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.7 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $2 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Bailey.
Thank you. It was established in 2012. The current balance now is $69,694. We are requesting a contribution of $10,000. The purpose of it is savings for a large equipment purchase to avoid budget spikes. As Chief Walker mentioned, it's going to apply for here, and one of the reasons for us for our future use is going to be an exhaust ventilation system for apparatus bays, some cardiac monitors, and a power cart. Cart. Thank you.
Okay, any other Select Board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? Okay, seeing none, Article 13 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be added to the Dam Repair Engineering Replacement Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 10 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $34 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Mantrick.
Yes, this capital reserve account was first established in 2017. Its current balance is almost $117,000. And we're requesting an increase of $150,000. As Mr. St. Jean suggested, both the ABC and the Select Board recommend this. Purpose of this is to do engineering and replacement on town dams. The particular planned future use is related to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services requirements to improve the Swains Lake Dam. This will include an underwater gate repairs and some riprap filters. It's estimated that right now the cost of this will be around 170, 150 for the replacement of the underwater gate repairs, and about around $200,000 for the riprap filters that are necessary to bring this dam up to standards in the future. Thank you.
Okay, any other select board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? Dan here.
Daniel, 334 Old Concord Turnpike. So is this money limited to the use of Swim Lake Dam, or can be moved around? It's right next to is the one that you double dipping on the prior for Lake Shore Drive. So is that money dedicated to the repairs as stated, or can be moved around?
Right now, it's scheduled to go for the actual repairs of the dam itself.
Today it is, but if you could move it around in the future wherever you wanted to, if it's appropriated.
All the funds are in the general fund, can be put in various places, but right now it's scheduled to be specific to these dam repairs.
Thank you.
Hey, Jack.
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road, also Barrington Conservation Commission. Adding on to Dan's question, this fund, if in the future and it remains, based on the word replacing town dams plural, funding could be available for other dams on town property if they were so decided to be. Or is this fund reserved only for Swains Dam?
It's an excellent question. And so the most important language, which is consistent with the replacing of town dams, is when a warrant article was created. And that's one of the reasons we keep this information available. So you can go back 2017 warrant article number 34. The purpose statement in that article is most important. I've read it. It says replacing of town dams. So you're exactly right. This warrant article could be used to fund dam projects on any of the town dams. Swain Dam is one. Richardson Pond is the other. It's actually an uncommonly known dam on Scruton Pond Road. There's a marshland that qualifies as a dam because the head level, the highest part of the dam, is more than 6 feet. And so that it could technically be used for that as well. The plan, the setting money aside in this capital reserve has been focused on the Swains Lake Dam. So that money is committed for that purpose. But yes, absolutely, the money in the account could be used for any dam in town.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on Article 14? Okay, Article 14 will appear on the ballot as written.
Lease Titus Nicholas Way, I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion to Articles 13 and 14.
Okay,
Second.
George Bailey seconds. Okay, we have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 13 and 14. All in favor, raise your cards. All opposed, raise your cards. Okay, that passes. Okay, Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $11,000 to be added to the Police Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to Warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.8 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $2 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Bailey.
Thank you. This article was established in 2021. Requested appropriations is $11,000. As stated earlier, it is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board. The savings for large equipment purchases to avoid budget spikes. As stated by the chief, you go along and you just keep it that way. There's not a big tax appropriation one year and a smaller one the next. for planned future use is going to be for cruiser data equipment, IMC, body cameras and tasers, cruiser radars, and communication equipment. I recommend this article.
Thanks, George. Any other select board comments? ABC comments? Okay, any comments from the floor? Okay, Article 15 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 for road paving and reconstruction. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation pursuant to RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 5, and will not lapse until December 31, 2024. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 7 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $23 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is approved by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Gibson.
Thank you. The requested appropriation is for $100,000, non-lapsing until December 31st, 2024. Recommended by the ABC and Select Board, as was previously said. Purpose: additional funds to support the town's pavement management plan, implementation of the pavement management plan, preserving recent pavement investments, crack sealing. Again, the town has over 80 miles of roads, and they've done a lot with prevention, improved methods of paving, and these are extending the life of our roads and saving the town significant money. So we support this warrant.
Okay, any more select board comments? ABC, comments from the floor? Okay, Article 16 will appear on the ballot as written. Oh, here comes Todd.
Titus Nicholas Way. Like a motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 15 and 16.
Okay,
Second,
George Bailey seconds. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on these two articles? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, 15 and 16 are restricted. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the communications upgrades for emergency services capital reserve fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 3 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $11 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended for approval by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0 each. Select Person Sakosha.
So this was established in 2005, and for those that see the tower and radio equipment, what this tower does is it allows the town individuals to talk in the town, but also neighboring towns. There was a brief period this year to where we couldn't speak to the other towns, so I do feel that this article is very important. The current balance is $288,662. The requested contribution is $50,000, and the purpose is for saving for communication tower and radio equipment upgrades, including all portable radios, police department radios, highway department repeater and radios, and make it so that we could talk with each other and other surrounding towns for if there was ever an emergency.
Any other board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? Okay, Article 17 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the transfer station and recycling center capital reserve fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 1.8 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $6 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC by a vote of 3-2 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Manshrick.
If this is a capital reserve fund that was established last year and currently has a balance of $25,183. The request is another $25,000. The select board recommended this 5-0. The ABC recommended 3-2. The purpose of this is to further fund the planning and development of further improvements to the transfer station. Those of you who use the transfer station have noticed some changes already, but the next set of changes going to require quite a bit, or it's going to require more money. So we're trying to establish this capital reserve to prevent a big spike in the future as we improve the function of the transfer station.
Okay, any other board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? Okay, Article 18 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, Article 19. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the Library and Community Center Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 1.8 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $6 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is not recommended by the ABC by a vote of 3-2 and is recommended by the select board by a vote of 3-2. Select person Capiello.
Thank you. This capital reserve was established in 2021, so there's $45,000 plus dollars in here. The appropriation request for this year is $25,000. That has been recommended by the select board. And so the purpose of this would be to, like the other departments, have some savings for future needs of the library, and to fund a design for what a new library would look like. So that would have some cost around design and engineering. And I would like to ask the trustee of the head trustee of the library, Susan Gaudiello, to give us further detail.
Recognize Susan Gaudiello.
Susan Gaudiello, 528 Franklin Pierce, and I am the chair of the Library Board of Trustees. As many of you know, the library has been working on plans for, excuse me, a larger library for probably about 15 or more than 15 years at this point. The process that we're at this point, after two failed bond requests in 2019 and 20, is to bring forward another new proposal to voters in 2024. And when I say a new proposal, what we have done at this point is sort of gone back to the drawing board and really asked for a lot more community input on what the community would like to see in a library. And we've used the term library and community center in recognition that currently what has developed over the years is libraries have developed to be far more than a repository for books. It really serves a lifelong learning role in the community, socialization for all ages, as well as providing materials ranging from audiobooks to online databases, as well as traditional materials. What we've done at this point is we have reached out first through a public survey that we distributed at the polls and for a couple of months after November voting. The results of those surveys have been compiled and are now available on the Library Foundation website, and have been sent to a number of folks and will be more broadly distributed over the coming weeks. Our next step is to convene a public listening session in mid-March. We're working on those plans now. The importance of this addition to the capital reserve, clearly another $25,000 is not going to make or break, a multi-million-dollar facility. However, it's a very important indication by the voters as well as by the select board and ABC about the recognition of a need for a new library and community building for this town going forward. That kind of indication is also helpful as the foundation requests grant funds, because many funders only want to fund something that they believe is actually going to take place. And a vote of the taxpayers at this modest amount is a major indication to funders that the town indeed does intend to go forward. The current balance of 45,000, much of that will be used by the trustees this year once we select the site where the library will be, because that is also something we're looking at. The last couple applications or bonds have been for a building to be sited on Ramsdale Lane. We're also looking at that, and particularly given the input that the planning board has received, we're looking at both a town center location as well as the Ramsdale Lane location. So we will need to use a lot of those current monies for engineering as well as design, and this addition would also be helpful as we go forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Any other board comments? Okay.
I can't support this article because it says library and community center. Last I've known, we've just had a library. There is a need for, maybe a community center in town, but with the discrepancy from when we first received the budget to what it got reduced to at this point in time, I think that I can't support this article because it's not fair to the town taxpayers, and having the mindset of the little things don't make the big thing. It definitely does. It adds up over time, and those are my comments on that article.
Okay. Any ABC comments?
Steve Saunders, Mass Road, and Chairman of the ABC. I would like to just give people the perspective of why the ABC majority has reservations about this article. And they're twofold. One, we have a lot of uncertainty in our economic situation, and there's a very strong lack of specificity in this proposal that would say how this money is really going to be used. And the article is written so that if they don't use all this money for this, it could go for construction, which to me is, once you have a design ready, that's the point where the residents need to deal with what would be used for funding a construction of a new library. We agree with the need. We'd like to support this, but we think it can be deferred, and they have adequate funding today to be able to proceed.
Any other comments? Julian?
Julian Olivier, Beauty Hill Road. I have a question about the balance, if someone could answer. Does the current balance of 45,000 reflect monies that the voters have put in there, or does this include all of the money that has been contributed by individuals, voluntary contributions?
This is entirely separate than the fundraising effort of the foundation. This is simply money raised at town meeting now for 3 years. I think the first year was 25,000, second year was 20,000, and the proposal this year is 25,000. Maybe the chair of the foundation has stepped up to address the fundraising effort.
Hey, Roger?
Yeah, this is Roger Gingrich, 32 Peabody Way. A couple comments. One is that there's been commentary about this issue of community center. That term has been used in conjunction with the library dating back as far as 2012 or 2008. And it's been on our literature all the way through the two votes that had already taken place. So it's not new, and it doesn't reflect a new building design idea, but simply a space where individuals that are interested have topics that they're sharing can come together and talk them out, or book clubs can meet, or the Mahjong people can meet. If you've seen some of the pictures that we've posted on the blfound.com website for the foundation, that will become evident, as well as the question of this community center idea. the funds that are being requested in the capital reserve are different, separate from the funds that we've raised over the past 4 years, 4 to 5 years, that amount now to just over $500,000. That's in cash, pledges, gifts in kind. This is something separate and different.
Thanks, Roger. Any other comments? Ken?
Ken Grant, Parker Mountain Road. Of the billions of trillions of dollars that the regime is printing, part of that is going to more and more people being connected to get services that this library fund was referenced to, and that's computers, wireless, online. So more and more money are going to provide services for connection to the community and the country outside of libraries than in the library. One of the things that should happen here, and I'm sorry Mrs. Gaudiello didn't mention it, was that bring your checkbook and she'll gladly take a check for any amount of money you want to write today to fund what they want to do at the library. And that's really stepping forward to put not a commitment, but an actual check. Thank you.
Dan?
Daniel A. 334 Old Concord Turnpike. I'm gonna think out of the box, go astray from it, but somebody has something to do with it. See if you can follow me. We used to have Phil's, we used to have Good and Plenty. That was community centers, people got together in town. Right now, it's all corporate, you're not going there. So in their thinking, the community center, we need to replace some of that, get Barrington back to his roots. Someone goes, hi, see how you doing? I'll go visit people, they hang out. A lot of politics happened at Phil and Good and Plenty and stuff over the years. So I think thinking out of the box, when this all comes together, you get that, replace that bag that we lost in town. Thank you.
Hey, Jack?
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. To correct the comments recently from Mr. Grant, as I understand it, Susan Gaudiello is a trustee. It's an elected position. She does not have her handout for a donation. That would be the foundation. Roger previously spoke of that. There are three organizations in town that support the library in different ways, and they do it distinctly, and they do it above board. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yep. Well, you can go first, and then Matt's after you. You get up first.
Yeah, I got comments. I always have comments. Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I just wanted to say that I support this and I support a new library, but I wanted to comment on the community center wording. And I honestly have nothing to do with the planning library thing or any of those things, but my personal opinion on why that wording is important. When people talk about a library, a lot of people nowadays are like, we don't need a library because everything's online. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. I mean, first of all, I think that's wrong because we do need it. You know, kids especially, I think probably use the library. People bring their kids there more than anything else. The number one thing you can do to support your kids' education and learning is read. And a lot of people, you know, kids can fly through some kids' books. It's really important that they can come there. They can get a wide variety of books, learn. There's a lot of programs there that are really helpful for kids. But the community center wording, I think, is really important because as the purpose of the library does kind of evolve over time, I don't need to go there and look stuff up in the encyclopedia anymore like I did when I was a kid. The community center part of it is probably what's most important for a lot of adults. So having access to computers, to the internet, to a place to gather. We worry about our town, you know, losing the small town feel and everything's online and everything's not personal, but this is how we keep things personal, you know. It doesn't have to be a 20,000 square foot building, but to have a place where groups can gather or individuals can gather to share whatever their mahjong groups or whatever somebody else mentioned earlier. you know, that kind of thing. So whether you like the community center wording or not, it is part of the purpose of the library and a really important purpose of a library, and it is a community building. And so the wording for community center, I think, is important to just kind of explain what the purpose of the building is for. So yes, the library part of it is really important. The community part of it is really important as well. So, you know, as our town administrator said, Barrington's not small anymore. We want it to be small. We still kind of think of it as small, but it really isn't. And if we want to keep a little bit of that small town community feel, despite the fact that we're growing like crazy, we're going to continue to grow like crazy. We need things like that community, the town center that TIF thing we were talking about, and a town library that can hold other activities and gather people together and keep that feel. I would also strongly suggest to the library committee that if we can at all work that library into the town center location, I think that would be fantastic, because that would be working towards our goals as a town as well.
Thanks. Matt?
Good morning. My name is Matt Down. I live at 36 Stillwater Way, over by Ayers Lake. I rise initially to support Caroline's comments. I won't repeat those, but I do support everything she just alluded to. But I also want to add a comment regarding the urgency of this particular proposal. And I would encourage the board, the ABC committee, et cetera, to consider that the various warrant articles that were discussed already this morning all have future plans and trying to anticipate where this community is headed and how do we support a healthy growth for that. And I would suggest that we take that same concept and we apply that to the library, simply to plan for future expansion of this town. We will grow. We have no choice over that. And we want to do that in an intelligent and productive way for our kids, our elderly, and our general citizenry. So I would support that we plan for that future by supporting this article. And I would add the urgency to it that as we develop and the population grows, we will start to lose options about where we might place the library, what's going to be required, and the more mundane things like septic systems and water supply and all the rest. We're going to start to lose our options for that if we don't start to build some of these necessary structures early on when we do have options about where to place it. So I would strongly support this library proposal and move forward with that. Thank you.
Rob?
Hey, Rob Russell, 99 Toland Road. This may surprise some folks. Probably the last one you would want to ask about supporting a library. But I support the general concept. My wife and my two daughters spent a significant amount of time at the Barrington Library, despite the fact that I had not stepped into a library since I was in high school, and I'm 48 years old. I'm not saying I'm proud of that. It's just a factual statement. I met with Melissa when she was still working there, and I've since talked to Susan on several occasions. I support the library as a general concept. I have some concerns that it might be trying to be more than it should, and that's just a personal opinion. But I know that my family got a lot of value out of the Barrington Library. And just from going in there and seeing the books, you know, on the 7th level of well higher than someone needs to grab, they got to step on a step stool, and some other things that are just not safe. It needs to grow, and it needs to be something bigger. We just need to figure out what that needs to be. So that's all.
Jenna?
Virginia Schoenwald, 161 Second Crown Point Road. 25 years ago, I was an employee of the town library, and it shared a building with the police department. The building that it is currently located in was shared with the police department. Since that time, the library has tried over and over again to pass a warrant article to grow. And we have a beautiful police and fire department, and I know that's looking to expand as well. But the library has been in that same building since then. And it has been a de facto community center because lots and lots of community groups use the library to gather, to have their meetings, to have like game sessions. So it has functioned as a community center during all that time. Thank you.
Pat?
Hello, I'm Pat Gingrich, and I just want to give you a little view of one wonderful time that I had there. It's almost kind of emotional, but anyway, I sew things and I make table runners, and there were some people in the library that wanted to come to one of my little instructions on how to make a table runner. And it involved me lugging my ironing board over there and my iron. But we had about 8 women that got together and wanted to know how to put this together. And we did it over the course of 3 meetings after, dinner at 7. And it was so fun. It was just so fun. I can't tell you, I moved here in 2012. And I got to meet 8 friends. And so if you're looking for a community, this is a way to do it. And it was really great.
Any other articles specifically on Article 19? Tracy?
I think there are people.
Tracy Hardikoff, 48 Stone Farm Road. I think the important thing to remember about Article 19 is that the library groups, the foundation, the trustees, they're looking to utilize a small amount of money to do an exceptional job listening to the residents of Barrington. I think initially the town was a little sticker shocked at the amount of money that was proposed for the new library. What I absolutely appreciate about this volunteer group is that they are listening and that they are proposing new ideas more in line with what the residents are requesting. 2 things from a personal note. I'm a retired executive director of a homeless center. Not all of us live with the capacity to have access to Wi-Fi. Not all of us live with the capacity to have the Amazon truck deliver to our homes books for our children and ourselves. And so when we think of a library and community center, if we can step outside our own heuristics and background and see that this addresses needs of many people within our community, and we recognize that this group, the Library Foundation, the trustees, they're looking to listen to our residents using this $25,000 to meet those needs. And the last thing I'll say is I have a husband who absolutely adores tools. And why does this have anything to do with the library? Well, the man collects them, and I got these 20-volt batteries to them. And my thoughts are, I would love to see this community center address the need of tools within the community that could be borrowed and used so not every household in Barrington is someday filling landfills with batteries that have expired. So don't tell my husband I said that, but those are my thoughts on it. Thank you.
You can watch it.
Garth?
Good morning, Garth Svensson, Community Way. I just want to check a little bit of clarification, not pro or anti-library whatsoever. As you go through the next phase of the design process, are you going to be looking to make it more of a community center, or is it simply that you're rebranding a library as the community center? Thank you.
Susan?
I guess I don't look at it as rebranding. I look at it that term library and community center as an acknowledgement of the broad array of services and programs the library offers in addition to the traditional books and materials. As far as how much of space of a future design would be committed to what you might think of community center activity as opposed to traditional, books and materials, that's going to be determined over the course of the coming months. So I really encourage everybody to let the library trustees, or people on the foundation know what your thoughts are. I mentioned we're planning to do a listening session, kind of patterned after the really excellent input workshop that was done by the planning board in December about updating the master plan. We really want to hear your thoughts about where it's going to be located, what you want to see going on in the library, and the survey that we did was part of that. Many people will say everything's on the internet. You don't need books anymore. You don't need a library. And when the town report comes out, I think the data will show you there. And what we've seen is as the pandemic has, I can't say it's passed, but as it has waned, and we see much more activity at the library, we also have seen the demand for traditional books, paper books and such, really grow back to pre-pandemic levels, whereas demand for digital materials has plateaued. I think that's partly because of how people like to read, but it's also how people like to gather and be together. Most of us have about had it with Zoom and online stuff. So I don't know if I've answered your question adequately, but I'm happy to, again, the trustees meet every month on the third Tuesday of the month. Our meetings are open to the public, and also anyone is more than welcome to come to our meetings and also share their thoughts then. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I'd like to move the article.
Well, I think we have one more comment. Are you commenting on this article?
I'd like to comment.
Okay. Lisa, is this on this article? Yeah. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. I just want to say that I personally enjoyed making a table runner with Pat. And I've taken other adult classes at the library. The past warrant articles that have gone through for the library, I have not been in favor for. I thought it was far too grand for our town that we didn't need to be thinking that big so quickly. I understand future expansion. I just thought what we were presented in the past was not, but I am in favor of trying again, putting that money into a redesign and talking to our neighbors and finding out exactly what it is that we want. And I also think the word community center, it's semantics. It's what it's being used for all different groups. And I don't think that should hold someone back from being in favor of this bill.
Okay, we'll take two more comments and then we have to move on. We have a lot to do. Okay.
Thank you. My name's Karen Gould, 27 Vacation Drive. I just support all the last half a dozen speakers in support of the library. I'm a new resident of New Hampshire from Massachusetts. I came here to around natural resources to do a job, and the most welcoming part of this town has been the library, and they have been the most professional and supportive, especially during the period of the pandemic, where we're all living in virtual reality, which is very isolating. And the library is a place where not just children are brought together, but seniors and people of all ages, and the professionalism and the goodwill and the support and the opportunities. I just want to say it's just been outstanding, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Jim, you had one more?
So in order to be fair to, the town and kids and children, they're the youth, they're very important. I don't have this information currently right in front of me, but let's not forget that we do have libraries and schools for these kids to attend. And that also takes taxpayer money. So I'd like to see how much is dedicated to the library and the schools and to maintain that library in comparison to what we additionally have with our outside library. Also, to be fair, I would, you have close to $500,000 that you can't touch or put towards a print, the nucleus to the start of a project like this. And with it being already, knocked down twice, like the AB&C had commented, it needs to be a little bit more clear where all the funds are going and how they're going. Thank you.
Okay, that's going to have to be the last word on Article 19, if there's no huge objection to that. Okay,
Actually have a comment.
one more comment for him?
But I,
Okay, a quick one.
Lisa Titus Nicholas Way. I don't believe the ECLC has a library, and I believe they use our town library for their library activities. Additionally, children under school age, we want to encourage them to read. That's what they're using. They're using our town library. The more they read, that rolls going forward into school, into special education, kids who need that extra help. Our kids don't have access to books. They need access to books. But again, you mentioned that, I believe you said all of our schools have libraries. I don't believe our ECLC does.
Okay, Article 19 will appear on the ballot as written. Yeah, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on Articles 17, 18, and 19.
Okay, do we have a second? Dan, seconds. Okay, all those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, 17 through 19 are restricted. Article 20. To see if the town will vote to establish an energy capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of funding renewable energy projects and outreach initiatives related to increasing energy efficiency and or reducing energy costs, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in this fund. Further, to name the select board as agents to expend from said fund. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.7 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $2 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is not recommended by the ABC by a vote of 4-1, and it is recommended by the select board 5-0. Select Person Gibson.
Thank you. The Energy Committee is newly formed. It's been in existence for about 2 or 3 months now. I also serve on the Energy Committee. The requested appropriation for this capital reserve is $10,000. It's recommended by the Select Board. The purposes for energy efficiency projects and outreach. Some of the immediate planned future uses are to conduct energy audits of some of the municipal buildings, such as the rec center and library building, and to identify opportunities to save. We've all experienced the rising cost of energy, fuel, electricity. The town has also experienced those same costs, and we as taxpayers have to experience that as well. And so the Energy Committee has a lot of really good ideas for reducing our dependence and expense on energy. Paul Panish, the chair of the Energy Committee, has some comments to share on this as well.
Recognize Mr. Panish.
Thanks, Rob. Paul Panish, 101 Ross Road. I'm the chair of the Energy Committee. As Rob said, I also am an alternate on the Conservation Commission, and I have a brief statement that I'll read. Warrant Article 20 seeks to establish an Energy Capital Reserve Fund, $10,000 for the purpose of assessing municipal facilities and evaluating projects to increase energy efficiency and reduce energy costs, as well as to generally reduce energy-related costs to the residents of Barrington. The Select Board would act as agent to approve any expenditures from this fund. The warrant article is being brought forward by the Barrington Energy Committee, which was recently formed by the Select Board with the charge of recommending municipal energy and efficiency projects, which would result in cost savings for the town, its residents and businesses, as well as raising awareness of the opportunities available to reduce costs, improve efficiency, and lessen environmental impacts for homes and business owners. With this in mind, we've started to look into the following items. Conducting building energy audits to recommend the most cost-effective measures to town buildings most in need of improvement. The town rec center and library would likely be the first expenditure of capital reserve funds for this purpose. Next would be creation of a website to present information on programs and funding available for reducing costs through energy reduction and optimization, as well as to answer energy-related questions from residents. The third item that we're concentrating on is participation along with other New Hampshire municipalities in the Community Power of Coalition of New Hampshire. Due to the extreme volatility of energy prices from energy source, which has been evident on all of our recent power bills, the Energy Committee is investigating the potential for community power to provide energy at a lower and more stable price point. Right now, 27 communities in New Hampshire are participating in this program, the first stage of which will be turned on in the next couple of months, and the number is growing. We hope to offer Barrington similar energy choices once a plan has been developed over the course of the next year. Information on this will be posted on the website. I do realize that the ABC is not recommending this warrant article at this time. I hope that will change in the future. One thing I would like to say is it is a relatively small amount. My anticipation is that the funds would be expended at this point mainly for evaluation purposes, such as the energy audits, and that those would then recommend further budget items that would be on the ballot at that, in future years. But it is important to do this, the evaluation steps, as soon as possible. When I first moved to Barrington in 1997, shortly after that, I believe around 2005, we started looking into doing energy audits. I was actually in that business at the time, and that activity stalled at that time. So this is something that's been contemplated for a long time, and I hope you will consider approving this moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. The ABC have any comments? Steve, did you have any comment? Did you want to comment before public? Okay. All right, we have one more select board comment, Dan. George.
Thank you. In the past life of mine, when I was working before I retired, it was part of my job for me as a facilities director. And one of the best cost savings we had was to have an energy audit. The payback period on the energy audits that I worked with ranged from 5 to 7 years to get the payback. That's the amount of money that the facility that I was working with had to pay to have all this equipment changed, along with our other donations that came from the electrical company, fuel. And at the end of the payback period, it was just a tremendous amount of money coming back to the taxpayers. The taxpayers like us, we have town, we have school, and the schools that I did was just a fantastic amount of money came back, and it lowered at least 30 to about 27% payback in the end for the reduction. Thank you.
Hey, Dan.
Daniel, 334 Old Concord Turnpike. I'm against this. This is an advisory group that was formed. So it's only one that's asking for more money and stuff. And then when I built my property in 08, I bought all the efficiency rated stuff property now. So now they're obsolete and stuff. So now I went and swapped to LED and they got a break on the frame product and stuff. So we pay staff and thing to maintain our buildings. So why do we need money to support stuff? Because in 10 years, everything will be obsolete and stuff to upgrade anyway. So that's all I'm saying. Why is this advisory group need money and when other ones function in town, they don't need money? Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 20? Yep, Steve.
Steve Saunders, Chair of the ABC. I wanted to sort of clarify what the discussion was in the group and why we did not support this article as written.
Steve, could you get a little closer to the mic? So
oh, sure. I wanted to share how we came to our conclusion to not support the majority of the group for this as written. And the purpose is very similar to the way the ABC looks at most requests for funds. How much detail is there requesting funds and what are the uses for that? I think there was general support within us to have energy audits and for buildings in the town, and hopefully we could fund those through the operating budget. But sometimes those go beyond what the operating budget could be. So we could support that. But to set up a fund and have, again, open-ended for renewable energy cost funding is something that needs a lot more specificity in terms of payback, in terms of what the actual cost to the residents is going to be and what the returns are going to be. Without that information, the ABC would not support anything talks about funding renewable energy sources.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on Article 20? Ken?
Ken Grant, Parker Mountain Road. The mission statement of this committee doesn't agree with what this article is describing. The mission statement is more like the establishment of a global warming church. They're talking about Barrington's greenhouse gas emissions. I've seen, where's the proof? Where are the numbers? Where is Barrington emitting more greenhouse gases emissions that overwhelming the environment? Talks about what it doesn't talk about is energy sources that we have, our own natural resources, nuclear energy, oil that's not being shipped to China, where there's much more clean burning fuels, appliances used for the consumption of oil, but we're not, we've been basically cut off. Natural gas is another one, but we've been strangled there. These other energy sources are available. They don't have to come from China or somewhere else that's trying to control us.
Matt?
Good morning again. My name is Matt Town, live at 36 Stillwater Way. I stand in complete support of this article, and I would invite anybody in the larger Barrington audience to use my home as a small micro example of what might happen. Communities all across the state are heavily going down this road because money invested now saves just a ton later. My average electric bill is a little over $10 a month. And this is not witch science, and I would invite you to come look at my data or look at the way the house is constructed. But most is involved with caulking and tape and our south-facing exposure, as well as 26 solar panels. So we know that we can do better. And I know that many communities across the state are doing that. So I applaud the select board for supporting this article and would suggest that all the other committees in town get on board and support this as well.
Any other comments before Paul comes up the second time? Nope. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Once again, Paul Panish, 101 Ross Road. Ken, just to address your statement, I wanted to make clear that what you were reading was our charter. That is a bit different from a mission statement. The charter is extremely broad. It would be very difficult for us to address all of those issues. We're in the process of drafting a mission statement. I'm not convinced that you'll be any happier with it, but it will be different and a bit less broad. Thank you.
Any other comments, Carolyn?
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I think this article is, to me, kind of a no-brainer. But to address the concerns that others have stated, as I understand it, this proposal is to evaluate our energy use, energy loss, energy waste, and our impact on greenhouse gases. I don't know that we know if we're terrible at greenhouse gases or not unless you do these audits. And, with this information, they can sit down and determine what the best route to go is. Do I think that going with renewable energy is going to be the answer? Yeah, I do, but it may not be. So we need to do the audits and we need to do the research behind it to figure out whether or what is the best way to go. So I don't think that voting for this says we're automatically going to put $20 million worth of solar panels on every town building. It means we're going to look into it and try to figure out what the best way to go is. So I fully support this article.
Okay, any other comments on Article 20?
I'd like to offer an amendment on
Okay.
Article 19, and where just where it indicates a sum
We're,
of 10.
we're on Article 20.
Warrant, I'm sorry, warrant Article 20, where it says a sum of $10,000. Proposed to amend that to 0. That's my proposed amendment.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment? Dan Ayer seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Proposed amendment? Do you wish to say anything about your proposed amendment? No, okay, well, have a seat. There's somebody that wants to comment behind you. This is discussion on the amendment only, okay?
How are we doing? Morgan Carter, 5 Smoke Street, Barrington, New Hampshire. I just wanted to say I am fully in support of this. You know, renewable energy.
Excuse me, we're talking about the amendment, not the article overall. We're discussing whether to amend it to $0.
Oh, no, I disagree with that.
Okay, well, we can get back to discussing the article after we deal with the amendment. So let's deal with the amendment first. Anybody have any comments on the amendment? The proposed amendment to reduce the appropriate the sum to $0. Okay, we'll take a vote on the proposed amendment. All those in favor of changing the $10,000 to $0, raise your cards. Those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the amendment fails. Okay, Morgan, you can speak on the article if you like.
As we've known for years now, the energy sources we're currently using, such as nuclear, oil, kerosene, stuff like that, they are fossil fuels. They will eventually run out. So I believe a renewable energy source such as solar, wind, such as, is a great way to go. And $10,000 to reflect on what people actually think about it. I'm 100% in support of that.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. One more time.
Daniel, yeah, 334 Old Long Turnpike. The biggest global woman's right here where we're sitting. You all these people in cars bringing the kids here, parked around this building stuff. You don't do any studies and stuff. I'm pretty sure, I think, that's the biggest culprit right here is parents bringing their kids and not utilizing the buses that we pay for and stuff. And they said they have their cars going around here running. I think we're burning off a lot more carbon dioxide, all our schools. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on Article 20? Joyce?
I'm supporting this article because of the fact that it will do an energy audit and the rec department is at the top of the list. Last year, the rec department went through an entire fuel tank in 10 days in January. I hate to think how many days they're going to get out of their fuel tank given the last 24 to 48 hours. So I think that building is just a sieve and we will save money in the long term if we can get an energy audit done on that building.
Okay, Rob?
I would just like to add regarding energy audits, there are state and federal funds that help pay for that. In fact, there's a state agency that will cover, I believe, 75% of the energy audit. So it's practically cost the town is 25%. It's rather foolish to not invest in this kind of opportunity.
Okay, last call on Article 20. Okay, Article 20 will appear on the ballot as written.
Mr. Moderator,
Hi.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 20.
Okay, and you have to say who.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road.
I recognized you. Do we have a second? Who seconded? I can't. Rick Walker seconded. We'll pick Rick on this one. Okay, motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 20. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Article 20 is restricted. Thank you. Okay, Article 21. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be added to the Library Technology Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.2 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate or $1 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is not recommended by the ABC by a vote of 4-1 and is recommended by the select board 5-0. Select person Manschreck.
Thank you. This capital reserve account was first established back in 2010. As we heard discussions on earlier things about the library, this is to improve the technology of the library. Current balance is $72.25, and they're requesting $3,000 or 0.2 cents to the tax bill. There are future plans to improve the IT infrastructure, the staff workstations and the customer workstations. If you've been to the library to use any of their facilities, you'll note that there's the computers are pretty old and need to be replaced. Other databases and things that need to be written. In fact, the staff can use some improvement in their IT tools. So I would recommend a support of this 0.2 cents to your tax rate, or your dollar to your tax bill.
Okay, any other select board comments? ABC? Okay, any comments from the floor? Susan?
Susan Gaudiello, Chair of the Library Trustee Board. I just want to reflect a little bit on the original formation of this capital reserve in 2010. I was actually on the Board of Trustees back then. And the reason we came up with this article was because the circulation system, the electronic circulation system that really runs the library, was not going to be supported. It was basically like some of the software we all use, suddenly you get that message and you have to replace it. The cost to replace at that time was $15,000. So one of the reasons this was formed, actually we had recommended at that time to save up $5,000 a year until we came up with the $15,000. And someone in the audience deliberative said, just get it done, and had changed it to $15,000 and it passed. We decided that it was worthwhile to continue to add to that, not only to cover computers and the hardware and such, but to plan for someday the circulation system we have now. We're going to get one of those messages that we're not going to support this anymore and you got to spend $20,000. So part of this is to make sure that we have those kind of funds when that situation comes along. The other thing that we're looking towards is when we get a new library proposal passed by the voters, there will be a significant cost in that, I'm sure, as there may have been at the town hall, to build in the IT infrastructure in a new facility. Would be able to use these funds towards that as well. So we certainly think that for $1, if you have a average home like I do in Barrington, is a very worthwhile investment going forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on Article 21? Okay, Article 21 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Select Board and the Barrington Police Union and EPBA Local 240, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. For fiscal year 2023, estimated increase of $69,542. Fiscal year 24, estimated increase $48,462. Fiscal year 25, estimated increase $31,906. And further, to raise and appropriate $69,542 for the current fiscal year, such sum representing representing the additional cost attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. This appropriation is in addition to the warrant Article 8, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 5 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $16 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Sakosha.
So this breakdown is over 3 years. This is for our PD. The union and the town go and they have these discussions, and this is what we were able to come up with that seemed fair to the town and also fair to the men and women that serve this town. Requested appropriation is $69,542, which includes wages increases as recommended by the 22 wage study, expanded holiday pay, and field training officer differential. Once you already heard, it's recommended by the ABC and the Select Board. Future budget increases in 2024 is $48,462, and in 2025 it'll be $31,906. This is appropriate because, you know, we need to keep, you know, the cost of living is high and going up, and this is what we had to do just to even retain the people that we have now, because we've, you know, it's going on everywhere now. Everybody wants to move to the highest paying people out there, and for what little that, you know, we were able to settle for, I think this is a great article for the town to consider.
Any other board comments? ABC comments? Comments from the floor? Rick?
Rick Walker, 24 Green Hill Road. I just want to follow up and kind of the people that may be watching this at home. I strongly support this article. We have a darn good group of police officers in this town, and it would be a shame to lose them. Being in the public safety field, I understand that, you know, we have the same problem with firefighter and EMTs. We hire them, we try to pay a decent salary for them and give them a good benefits package, and they get lured to other communities, and that's okay if it's a step up for them. But the problem is there's just not a lot of people waiting in line to take their places. So it's incumbent on the town to, I would hope, support this article so that we can do more to retain the police officers we have. And it's also important for folks to understand that if they hire a candidate that isn't certified, they have to go to the police academy for a number of months. That's a cost that's incurred to the town, as well as backfilling that individual's shift with overtime help to make sure that the staffing is in place. So this is really pretty small money to provide a little incentive to what I say to be the probably some very good police officers in town, and I would encourage people to support this.
Thanks. Any other comments on Article 22? Oh, I thought you were coming up for a comment. False alarm. Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, Article 22 will appear on the ballot. Did you have something, George?
Yes, I would like to turn around and restrict further comments on this article.
Let me finish what I was saying. Article
Okay,
22.
sorry about that.
Article 22 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, George.
Recommend we make a motion to restrict further discussion on this article.
Just 22?
22.
Okay. All right. We have a second? Who seconded? I can't see. Carolyn. Okay. All right. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 22, raise your cards. Okay. Those opposed? Okay. 22 is restricted. Article 23. To see if the town will authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address warrant Article 22 collective bargaining agreement cost items only if warrant Article 22 for collective bargaining agreement cost items is defeated. This article is recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Jim, would you like to speak on that as well?
Not too much to go over here. It's the purpose is statutory language. Should Article 22 be defeated, that just means it's going to allow us as a board to hold a meeting and to see where and what monies have to go where to make it happen. So nothing crazy on this one, just more insurance.
Any other comments on this article? Okay, Article 23 will appear on the ballot as written. Jack.
Jack Gale, 798 Berry Road. I'd like to make a motion to restrict further discussion on Article 21 and 23.
Okay.
Second.
George seconds. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, we've restricted reconsideration of 21 and 23. Article 24. To see if the town will vote to increase the optional tax credit for a service-connected total disability on residential property from $3,550 to $4,000 pursuant to the provisions of RSA 72:35. This article is projected to add 1.4 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $5 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This is recommended for approval by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Manschreck.
Credit was first established in 2013. In 2020, it was noted that it was considerably below the state maximum, and it was proposed to gradually raise this credit over the years. So in 2020, 2021, 2022, it was raised $500 each year. The current proposal is to increase it by $50 to bring it to the state allowed maximum of $4,000. This again is an incremental change that we've had first considered as far back as 2013. It is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board as written.
Okay, any other board comments? ABC comments? Any comments from the floor? Roger. Yep.
Roger Gingrich from 32 Peabody Way. I would support this. I'm just wondering, isn't there an item missing from it? And that is, how many individuals does this represent? You'd have to have that number to know what the tax impact is, I think.
Yep.
So if you look in your voter guide, the blue document, this is page 14. It's listed there. There are 43 active service-connected total disability. And so that's the number that was used to calculate the 1.4 cents or $5 on the tax bill. Good question.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Article 24 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to readopt and increase the optional all veterans tax credit from $650 to $750 pursuant to the provisions of RSA 72:28 and RSA 72:28B. The article is projected to add 3 cents per thousand to the 2023 tax rate, or $11 to the tax bill on a $325,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC 4-0 with one abstention, and by the Select Board 5-0. Select Person Bailey.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This article was established in 2017. It was amended in 2021 and in 2022. The proposed modifications are increase the credit from $650 to the state allowed maximum of $750. It's recommended by the ABC and Select Board. This is for all the individuals that have served on active duty for all branches of the military. Yeah, it includes everyone that has qualified for, I believe it's 181 days of active service, so that it'll go up for the tax credit. The increments were there to prevent a large influx for 1 year. I stand before you to recommend it to help all of those that live here in town. Thank you.
Okay, any other board comments? Dana?
Yes. I've, for clarity and transparency, this does affect me personally. And I voted for it only because we previously had agreed to incrementally raise this. I didn't vote for that previously.
Okay, any ABC comment? Oh, excuse me one second, George.
I also must tell you that I have served in the military and qualify for this.
In my household, we also get the veterans credit.
Yep, Jim?
I know many beneficiaries of this warrant article, and it just goes to show what type of community we have here in Barrington, how we really like to try and focus on our veterans, because we feel if we take care of them, they'll also take care of the community as well. Thank you.
Any ABC comments? Nope. Any comments from the floor? Dan?
Daniel A. 330 Old Concord Turnpike. I am not in the military, but as a select person, I recognized them and stuff. And we brought up in small increments so it wouldn't be a burden and spike to taxpayers. So they deserve their thing, but we could not do it all at one time. I support it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, Article 25 will appear on the ballot as written. Article up. Okay, we're gonna get a motion.
Titus, Nicholas Way. Motion to restrict reconsideration of 25 and 24.
Second.
Okay, George Bailey seconds. All those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed. Okay, 24 and 25 are restricted. Article 26, to see if the town will authorize the select board to enter a non-binding agreement with Consolidated Communications, DBA Fidium Fiber, to explore funding opportunities to bring fiber to the home for residents of Barrington. Consolidated Communications was competitively recommended by the Barrington Technology Committee through the advertisement of a request for proposals in 2022. This article is recommended by the select board 5-0. Select person Capiello.
Thank you. The Technology Committee met all year to primarily research how to bring better communications to the town of Barrington. The town of Barrington has a exclusive contract with BreezeLine for our cable, but not for our internet. But most of us use BreezeLine for our internet. And I think it's probably fair to say there's rampant dissatisfaction with the options that we have. So we had hoped that we would identify a company that wanted to bring fiber to Barrington, but Barrington is a large town geographically and not so densely populated. So no company found that that was an ideal place for a profit. We did identify a company though through a competitive process that's willing to work with the town to see if we can get some funding opportunities, which would then allow them to bring fiber to the community. So we're asking you to allow the town to enter a non-binding agreement. There's no cost involved, but to see if we could come up with some options so we could then bring to the community at a later date. And this is recommended by the select board.
Any other board comments? Any comments from the floor? Seeing none, Article 26 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 27, to see if the town will vote to repeal the existing noise ordinance and adopt in its place a new noise ordinance pursuant to RSA 31:39, which prohibits certain loud noises likely to endanger the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of others between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Several types of noises, including but not limited to fireworks from July 1 through July 6 each year, are exempted from the ordinance, and the police chiefs will have the authority to issue a temporary special permit for other types of noises. Violations of the ordinance will result in penalties ranging from $50 to $250, depending on the number of convictions in any 6-month period. This article is recommended by the select board 5-0. Jim Sakosha.
So the current noise ordinance was adopted in 2001, amended in 2016 and 2017 by the select board. Only town meeting can amend the noise ordinance. Police Chief George Joy drafted an enforceable noise ordinance, which is addressable to the 2016 and 2017 versions. You heard it from Ron. It's recommended by the select board, and the purpose is to formalize enforceable noise ordinance in town.
Okay, any other select board comments? Comments from the floor? Yeah.
I was under the impression that it was 9 o'clock that it started, because we live across from a campground and it's pretty noisy in the summer, although I love it. But I thought 10 o'clock is pretty late, especially if you've got dogs barking in your house or kids that can't get to sleep. So I don't know. I've looked it up before. I thought it was 9.
Well, this is what is proposed now. So this is what we're voting on. Well, that's up to you.
Daniel A. 334 Old Concord Turnpike. The common hours is 9 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning. And I've been shut down many a times running heavy equipment and stuff. And that's not to fire them up, warm up or anything in a lot of towns and stuff. But I don't see any enforcement. You think they enforce this? None of us have been enforced in the past. Hopefully this corrects it, but I don't see it happening. And at times, it doesn't really matter to me because I'll get yelled at anyway. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Yep, Carolyn?
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I was just curious if in the wording it says several types of noises, including but not limited to fireworks, yada, yada, yada. If there are other known exceptions to that aren't specifically listed here other than the fireworks.
There are.
Exemptions, sorry.
So there's a full list in the ordinance, and I can get you a copy. I won't read through it all right now, but things like emergency construction, emergency delivery of fuel, items that were exempted in the existing noise ordinance, those exemptions remained. One of the additional ones listed is the lawful discharge of a firearm. That's existing in the current noise ordinance. That's actually a separate statute. And specific to some of the comments from before, there could be noises that happen inside the window for the noise ordinance. So from that 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. that might still have lawful recourse. Dog barking, for example, I forget what it is, but I think dog can bark for 30 minutes or something. I'll defer to the chief. But so there could be other mechanisms. As far as enforceability, the police department found the previous noise ordinance difficult to enforce based on the reliability of decibel levels, which they don't have the equipment and can't pursue the equipment to get those certified each year to be able to rely on those in a court case. And so this was structured similar to a CALEA certified police agency that has been tried and true in the judicial system, so that hopefully we can rely on it to enforce this in the community.
Okay, so just to clarify, the ordinance you said where you can find the list, is that the RSA 3139? Is that what that is, or is that somewhere else?
No, so if you look in your voter guide, the barrington.nh.gov/2023 noise update.
Okay.
So that will bring you to the full list of the or the full noise ordinance.
Okay.
And I'm certainly glad to.
No, that's okay. I can look it up. I just wanted to make sure where. And then you said that the discharge of firearms is not included in this noise ordinance at all. That's a separate ordinance, you said?
So state statute RSA 159:26 preempts any community's ability to regulate the use of firearms. And so that's where even if the town wanted to, the town doesn't have the authority from the state. But I'll just scan through this quickly because if you have the question, likely others do also. So the exemptions include noise of safety signals, warning devices, and emergency alarms, private or commercial snow removal, generators during power outages, fireworks from July 1st to July 6th, lawful discharging firearms pursuant to RSA 159:26, noises resulting from any authorized vehicle when responding to an emergency call or when acting in time of emergency or when testing proper operation of said device, noise resulting from emergency maintenance work as performed by the town, state, or public utility companies to include snow removal, the operation and use of agricultural equipment to include but not limited to tedders, balers, and tractors, municipal maintenance work where the abutters have been given prior notice of the project, any other noise resulting from activities of temporary duration permitted by law and for which a license or permit therefore has been granted by the town or the state, parades and public gatherings for which the select board or chief of police has issued a license or permit, bells, chimes, carillons, 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 yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. New one to me.
We don't have one.
Yeah, maybe we need one. While being used for religious purposes or in conjunction with religious services, or those bells, chimes, or carillons that are presently installed and in use for any other purpose.
And then on enforcement for noise ordinances, is that primarily based on complaints? Obviously, the police officers aren't driving around with little listeners or whatever, so someone's got to make a complaint and then the town goes and checks it out.
Great question, and yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack?
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. Past life, I was in a metrology lab that calibrates equipment. I have a sound meter on my phone, downloaded it, tested against my barking dog because my neighbor complained. The problem with the current law is it specifies decibel levels. If you don't have measurement equipment, our police force can not use that criteria to enforce any of these laws around barking dogs or equipment or activities. This removes that so they can use their judgment within the guidance of the law. To go buy that equipment and maintain it and calibrate it would probably be an unnecessary expense for a very narrow segment of what we have to do here in Barrington.
Huh?
Carolyn.
I'd like to change that 10 to 9. It makes a big difference.
So are you proposing an amendment to the article?
Yes, I'm proposing an amendment to the article. Thanks.
Okay, do we have a second? Danny, our seconds. Okay, any discussion on the amendment, proposed amendment? Yeah, I think Tracy is up first.
This is more of a question than it is a comment, and that is if we change it to 9 o'clock, has the sun gone down enough for the fireworks to actually be visible?
I think fireworks were exempt from this.
So it won't impact that.
Correct.
But if we're in our backyard blaring music because our friends are over, it would impact that. Okay. Just wanted clarification. Thanks.
Even a graduation party.
Okay, we know where the parties are.
Ron Allard, Baxter Lane. I'm also on the planning board. I think your question is for the campground specifically. They came before, they did an expansion and we put in rules in place for them that I think are different than this ordinance. So they would be covered by that. They would be covered by that restriction as well, what they're approved for. And I'm pretty sure that was way tighter than the 6 o'clock in the morning. So I think that I don't believe should be an issue.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. The town clerk couldn't hear what you said. Could you go back and speak into the, could you speak into the mic and repeat what you said?
The campground recently came to the planning board for an expansion. As part of the approval, we limited the hours for noise for them. And I think those restrictions are tighter than this ordinance right here. So they would be held to that restriction, not this one. So I think that would be adequate.
And that would be contained in their site plan approval and the documents in the planning board that can be referenced in the planning department office.
Okay, any other comments on the proposed amendment? Okay, we're ready for a vote. Although the amendment would change the hours that were 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. if the amendment passes. All right, all those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. The amendment fails. Okay. Thank you. So back to the original noise ordinance. Any more comments on Article 27? Susan?
Susan Gaudiello. This is really a question. It's my understanding that the amendments of 2016 and 17 are null and void because they were not properly amended within the law. So could you do a very nuts and bolts summary of the change? If this were not passed, what would we be left with? Would be the 2001. And I'm curious as to whether it's just the use of decibels to make the measurement or if there were other changes.
That's a great question. And for those interested in researching further, again, that webpage, barrington.nh.gov/2023 noise update has the 2001, 2016, and 2017. So the warrant article in 2001 read, are you in favor of adopting a noise ordinance for the town that would prohibit the making of noise in excess of 60 decibels from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. and 75 decibels from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. as measured at the property line or any public right of way? Provide for waivers to be issued for special circumstances and impose a penalty of up to $1,000 for each offense. So the 2016 update was sent to the attorney's office for review, had several recommendations. It was suggested to remove section 4, music or sounds. They felt that was too vague. And so in 2016, they just removed section 4 regarding music or sounds. And then in 2017, there was a motion to amend to allow fireworks from July 1st to July 6th instead of just on July 4th. So that original version just allowed on July 4th. The amended version is July 1st to July 6th. And the town administrator may delegate to the police chief for the waivers, and that passed unanimously. So those amendments are not legal amendments because they weren't ratified by town meeting. And so if this fails, the noise ordinance on the books would be the noise ordinance from 2001, sans those amendments.
Carol?
I guess Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I guess I'm just a little confused on whether it's even worth having a noise ordinance if there's no way to know what's too loud and what's not too loud. How legally, how can the police enforce any of it or impose penalties or fines or anything like that if it's just a subjective, yeah, I think you're too loud, or no, I think you're not. Obviously, I'd like to think that neighbors are nice to each other, but in reality, we know that's not always the case. So if you're just playing a radio quietly in your backyard on the porch at 10 o'clock at night and someone calls on you, are you going to get in trouble? I think our police officers are great. I don't think they're going to, be jerks about it one way or the other, but is it even a legally enforceable fine or penalty or anything like that if there's no definition of what's too loud?
That's a great point. And I'll ask Chief Joy to come up and address how this is more enforceable. It's based loosely on the disorderly conduct statutes that already exist. But to your point about neighbors, at the end of the day, no rules or laws are going to exist that should change the fact that at the end of the day, neighbors should be good neighbors. And we shouldn't be making laws to force neighbors be good neighbors, but it's good to have some mechanisms in place. So Chief, if you want to come up and address the enforceability of this and the source for this ordinance and how it's been tested.
So from an enforcement standpoint, we wrote this basically to mirror the disorderly conduct statute. Disorderly conduct revolves around reasonableness, which is the same here. We're going to do one of two things for a noise complaint. We're either going to have a noise ordinance where we can respond and deal with reasonableness and write a ticket for $50, or we're going to respond, we're going to determine reasonableness, we're going to summons them under the disorderly conduct statute, send them to court where it's going to be much more than $50. So this gives us a really small intrusive level where we can issue a minor ticket and warnings under a noise ordinance versus going all the way to court, wasting my I'll use the term wasting time, wasting my officer's time, wasting the court's time for something that we could deal with in town and under ordinance statute. So the enforcement's going to be the same thing. It's going to be reasonableness. It's just going to be whether it's reasonableness here or reasonableness at the Rochester District Court. Does that answer the question?
George, could you identify yourself for those folks
I'm
at
sorry,
home that might not know you?
Chief George Joy, not of Barrington.
And I think what I heard the chief say is his officers make subjective conclusions in the course of their business, and that's what they're trained to do. But this is a method that has been tried and true in the courts using subjectivity.
Any other comments on the noise ordinance? One more comment. Okay.
Morning, Marn Spidell, Michael Point Road. Is it feasible, Mr. McIver, to put the actual language of the ordinance in the warrant article rather than a summary of it, so it's not quite as subjective?
Yeah, it's a great question, and communities face this all the time because the ordinances are long, right? So this is 2 full pages, the ordinance is. And so the statute allows legally crafted, essentially summaries of the ordinance. So certainly it could be an action from this body to amend the language as it's written now and replace that with the full text of the ordinance, the 2 pages. So that could be an amendment that you could introduce. It's not traditional again because it takes up a lot of room on the ballot, has a lot of details. But I think what I'm hearing you say is it would be valuable to the people voting to be able to see it all. If you don't introduce that amendment, or if that amendment doesn't pass, we have taken a lot of steps to try to make sure people understand the backup to all of the warrant articles, of course, because you can only include so much information in the ballot, on the ballot. And so, in the explanation for the noise ordinance, we have that brief synopsis, but then a link to the webpage, which has the full narrative of every step, which, certainly folks have to go look for. They're not going to see that when they're in the ballot box. But if you're interested in introducing that amendment, that could be something that this group of people here today could do.
If you're going to propose an amendment, come to the mic, please. Okay. Please state your name clearly because the clerk couldn't hear you.
Marn Spidell, Michael Point Road.
The first name is what?
Marn, M-A-R-N.
Okay, and what is your proposed amendment?
Move to replace the warrant article language with the specific language of the ordinance.
And I'll get that up on the screen in just a second.
And I appreciate your explanation, Mr. McIver.
Oh, of course.
Anyone else like to comment? Oh, do we have a second? I'm sorry. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Rick Walker seconded the motion. I'm sorry, say again. We'll get to it in a minute. Just a second. The proposed amendment is to replace this article with the entirety of the noise ordinance, a multi-page document. It's been seconded, okay? Does anybody want to read the noise ordinance before commenting on the proposed amendment? You're commenting on the amendment, proposed amendment? Okay, Tracy?
I'd like to save money. Could you share how much it would cost to print this double-sided page during the process?
I'll reiterate that for the microphone. The last time we did a calculation for an additional page of the ballot, it was about $1,200 for an additional page. It's tough to say. I don't think this would fill a front and back ballot because, of course, they're larger. But it would add to it. There is a cost, and obviously the group in here today will have to balance the cost of that longer ballot with having fully informed voters, and that's why you all get to make the decisions.
Okay, any other comments on the proposed amendment? Jim?
Part of this meeting is for everybody to go back to their fellow community members in Barrington. There's about 50 people in this room right now, and our voting members are close to 7,000 in this town. So it shows the importance of how this meeting should echo, and everybody can, we've done a really good job this year with asking questions in the town, asking, even just giving basic material, just more basic wording. So it doesn't get big and scary for those or, confusing. So I would stress to everybody in here today to go back and be the soundboard for those who couldn't make it today.
Lisa?
Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. Will these be available on voting day?
Yes.
So we could include all of that wording right here for people that need the further explanation?
Absolutely.
There you go.
Any more comments on the proposed amendment? Carolyn?
If we don't include the entire law on the ballot, is it possible for someone to write, and because I wouldn't know how to do it, to write an amendment to just specify that the lawful discharge of firearms is not included in this article?
So,
because I guess that's what I would like specified, and I guess I don't know if it's in this wording either. I just think it's more likely to pass if people know that the lawful discharge of firearms is not being limited.
So it'll be up to the moderator if he'd like to take an amendment to the amendment or let this one be decided.
But this makes my decision of whether I'm going to vote for this amendment or not. So if someone can help me with wording, I will write an amendment if this, depending on whether this one passes, I would be happy to propose an amendment that has the wording about the lawful discharge of firearms not be included in this noise ordinance. But if that's not possible for someone to help me do that, then I will vote for this amendment. So that's why I need to know the answer to that.
I prefer to deal with one amendment at a time and not an amended amendment. So.
But my vote on this amendment depends on whether the other one is an option. So I don't know what to say about it.
So as
Because
far
I
as
can't, just because I don't know how to word it. So I just need somebody to help me word the other amendment if this one doesn't pass. And so that's what I need someone, if someone just says, yeah, I'll help you word it, then we can sit down and do that and I'll get out of your hair. But if no one will help me do that, then I can't propose that amendment.
So what I would say is that the summary, the warrant article as it's written includes one of these, 13 exceptions, that being letter D, the relative to fireworks. So an amendment could be to simply add the language from E, lawfully discharging firearms per RSA 159-26 to the existing warrant article.
That's all
Is
I
that
need
the
to know.
intent of what you're looking for?
Will that stay up there?
I'll leave this up here, but it sounds like the
Yeah,
moderator
that's all I
would like
wanted
to
to
take
know. Thank
action
you
on
very
the
much.
amendment as it stands.
Yeah, I just needed wording.
Okay.
So thank you.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. This is a lengthy amendment, and I think that I practically speaking, I don't think you can just drop that into here. I think you still need to retain some of the language that's here. For instance, the first sentence to see if the town will, et cetera. So I think, we need to make that clear that it is not a complete, erasure of this. We've got to retain some of the language from this and add that to the proposed amendment. So whoever made the proposed amendment, I just want people to understand that, you have to add a little bit of language. Am I right there?
If we get to that point, I can put it up on the screen. I believe the previous speaker's intent was to leave the entire article in there and just add that. But when we get to that point, I'll get it on the screen so we all know what we're looking at.
Okay, do we have another comment on the proposed amendment?
Dan Bergeron, 389 McDaniel Shore Drive. I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment to.
We just said we're not going to do that.
No. Ask the amender or the proposer. Would you be satisfied with requiring that this be distributed along with, but not being part of the actual ballot. So he accepts that.
Well, all right, well, you'll have to withdraw your amendment. And then we can entertain his proposal. If you're willing to. Okay, the proposal to replace the existing ordinance with the text of the entire ordinance has been withdrawn. Okay, now what is your proposal? Are you making an amendment?
I would just suggest
here?
if the town is willing, if they're willing to say, yes, they will distribute the full thing to us as extra material. I don't need I don't need a motion for that.
The idea was to make either the full text of the ordinance available in addition to the voter guide or included in the voter guide on voting day.
Either one.
That seems perfectly reasonable.
So that when we walk in to vote, that's available to us. Thank you.
So the town administrator promises to do that.
Promise. With you all as my witness.
Okay, back to the original noise ordinance. Does anybody else have a comment on Article 27 as is? Jim?
I hope that the voters would keep in mind that, voting day shouldn't be the day where you go and learn all your information. You should do it ahead of time. It's going to be provided on the internet. You can swing into the town offices if you need a copy. I'm sure that we would be more than willing to print one out direct, but you should have an educated decision on voting day on how you would vote. Thank you.
Carolyn, you have one last comment before we wrap up this article?
So maybe, I was going to propose an amendment to the article that adds the wording that he took away off the screen. When it says several types of noises, including but not limited to, I would like to add whatever that E was, the lawful discharge of firearms, in addition to the fireworks from July 4th to 6th.
Do we have a second for that amendment proposal?
I'll second.
Okay. Bob seconded. I just have to scribble a few things. Hold on. Okay, so the proposed amendment would change the wording of the sentence. I believe that starts several types of noises, including but not limited to the lawful discharge of firearms would be added before the fireworks. I just lost my place.
I put it after. Is that okay, Mr.?
After, that's fine with me.
I've got it up on the screen if you want to read from there, if you're happy with that language.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Which I can't read at the thing, but anyway. All right, so the amendment.
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, would you
Okay.
please? Because I'm
So the new,
blurry.
the amendment's been moved and seconded?
Yes.
Okay, so if successful, the, one second, I just need to get this up on the, on Teams here for the recording. Okay, so if the amendment passes, the warrant article would read to see if the town will repeal the existing noise ordinance and adopt in its place a new noise ordinance pursuant to RSA 31:39, which prohibits certain loud noises likely to endanger the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of others between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Several types of noises, including but not limited to fireworks from July 1 through July 6 each year, and lawfully discharging firearms per RSA 159:26 are exempted from the ordinance, and the police chief shall have the authority to issue a temporary special permit for other types of noises. Violation of the ordinance will result in penalties ranging from $50 to $250, depending on the number of convictions in any 6-month period. Majority vote required. This article is recommended by the select board. An updated vote, if amended, will be recorded after this meeting.
Thank you, Connor. Do we have any discussion of the proposed amendment? Yep. Paul?
Paul Panish, 101 Ross Road. Just to be clear, this is already in the noise ordinance that's being proposed. So this does not actually change the meaning of anything. It just is a clarification.
That's a fair assessment.
Okay, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, raise your cards. All those opposed? The amendment passes. Okay, so now we have an amended Article 27. Any other comments on Article 27 as amended? Seeing none, Article 27 as amended will appear on the ballot. Article 28, this is a petitioned warrant article. To see that in the spirit of holding all town of Barrington non-employees to the high standards that the people of the town of Barrington expect, that the Board of Selectmen will create and adopt a code of ethics that all town of Barrington non-employee board, committee, and others will swear to and or sign to. This code of ethics will ensure that these people will not disparage or dishonor the town of Barrington through unethical and or criminal acts that they commit. This will also serve as a vehicle to assist the town of Barrington in holding accountable non-employees that violate the code of ethics. And a note, town of Barrington non-employees are volunteers that are not paid, such as Board of Selectmen, members of the zoning and planning boards, other boards and town committees, and other similar titles. These persons are not held to the town of Barrington personnel policies and procedures manual, as are nearly all paid town employees. Would a petitioner like to speak to this article? Okay, come to the mic, please. Recognize Rob Russell.
Check. All right. So Robert Russell, 99 Toland Road. I'm trying to address the audience.
Oh,
Which way,
it's
Ron?
okay. We'll let you face the audience.
Which way would you like me to?
We'll let you face the audience because you have a up to 5-minute presentation.
All right. So many towns have a code of ethics for their non-paid, non-employees. Okay, as Ron read and as you've read, folks like the committee members, the Board of Selectmen. Our employees in Barrington have code of ethics. They have rules and regulations. As I discovered, our volunteers do not. The New Hampshire Municipal Association website, which you can all access, has guidance for issuing and adopting a code of ethics. I won't read it because it's long, but it recommends keeping it short and sweet. It's not supposed to be a manual. It can actually just be a couple paragraphs. It's literally to promote ethical behavior. It's to promote those people not to disparage the organization that they're a part of. And it's supposed to be short and simple. It's not supposed to be long. When I made this recommendation, it's not important who, but someone who is a member of one of these boards made a comment that we would potentially lose a number of our volunteers if a code of ethics was issued and these people were required to either sign or swear to. That concerns me because this is simply something asking that these folks don't disparage the town that they should be proud of and that they act ethically. Very basic stuff here, folks. They don't go by my rules. Notice I didn't actually put the code of ethics in the wording. I say that the Board of Selectmen would write it. That's all it is. I think this town should have one. A lot of towns in New Hampshire do. And I think we require a very, very high bar for our town, and we expect this. So we should have a code of ethics. That's all.
Yay, good. Thank you. All right, any comments from the board? It's not, okay. Comments from the floor. Dan Ayer.
Daniel Ayer, 334 Old Concord Turnpike. I spent a lot of time investing in this town, and I took an oath.
Dan, I'm sorry, could you get a little closer to the mic?
I spent a lot of time, personal time, on different committees as a select person. I took an oath. I got sworn in and stuff. And yes, I was a guinea pig. The boards, the volunteers, the select board, conservation, all them people who donate, they take an oath and they swear in. They're more ethical, I think, than town employees. Because you guys, all the volunteers, we do all the dirty work. We're the bad guys. I can speak this with truth. That's my thoughts, my feelings and stuff. So if you want, broadcast a thing there, all town employees, non-employees, or anything should be more ethical. I think all our volunteers are more ethical than staff. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Hey, Jack?
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. Also, while I haven't spent as much time here as many of you have, only since 18, I'm on 3 different boards. Everyone's asked me to attest that I have no conflicts in doing the job, and everyone's asked me to sign and attest to an oath when I signed up. I could not serve those boards without going to the town clerk's office and completing this. Those of us, as Dan said, that are doing a lot of the work in Barrington and throughout New Hampshire, we take an oath, we take our job seriously. I don't see this changing anything. I've seen people on this board and other boards recuse themselves as soon as anything comes up. I've seen only ethical behavior. I would invite, I know Mr. Russell is investigating the various towns and organizations in town that make this town click. He should have asked that question, because the volunteer groups, we already take an oath and we take the ethics of our job seriously. Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 28? Tracy?
This is not for the vertically challenged.
Well, you can pull it down.
No, I'm just kidding. I would actually like to make an amendment. In some ways, I would say that I would agree with the petitioner that it is the role of this governing municipal body, the select board, to decide what is appropriate regarding this. So could I read to you a proposed amendment?
Yeah.
Article 28, to see if the town would vote to encourage the select board to evaluate the need for a code of ethics in addition to the mandatory oath of office for all town officers who are not subject to the town personnel policy.
Okay, can we get that in writing here as well?
Okay.
We can get your notes. Because Connor has to type that up, and he'd like to see something that doesn't have to do it from memory. Skip the Connor. You can put it up on the screen here.
Tiffany, do you have this on Teams?
I think you agree on something.
I'm sorry. Do we have a second to that proposed amendment? Okay, Rob. Rob Russell seconds an amendment to his own article. Good deal. Do we have any discussion of the proposed amendment while it's being typed up here? Yes.
Our legal, just for information, we ran this by the town lawyer, and this is an advisory vote, doesn't require it. I think if the voters would do it, we'd certainly consider this amendment, but just clarify that this is an advisory amendment or an advisory petition article.
Dan?
Dan Capiello, 23 Lois Lane, Barrington. My question is, what is the code of ethics? You're asking people to vote on something. It's not written down what we're talking about. And, oh, thank you. So do you think that should be included in this particular ordinance you want to pass? So people know what they're voting on?
Okay, would you like to respond to that, Rob?
Well, it's an amendment, right? And I agree with Tracy, so
Okay,
Your
what-
Honor.
what did the amendment say?
Well, we'll read it to you in a second here.
Oh, you want to create it first?
Can I steal that from?
Well, don't you have to create it before you can have people vote on it?
Okay, the proposed amendment would say, to see if the town will vote to encourage the select board to evaluate the need for a code of ethics in addition to the mandatory oath of office for all town officers who are not subject to the town personnel policy.
Okay, so just giving the board power to do that. I have no problem with that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other comments on the proposed amendment? Susan?
Susan Gaudiello from the Library Trustees. I just want to comment that I believe that this would not apply to the library trustees, that the select board would not be, if they chose to do a code of ethics. But not to worry, the library trustees already subscribe to a very detailed code of ethics that's included, that was from the New Hampshire Library Trustees Association.
Okay, Michael?
Michael Houst, 48 Serenity Way. Question on the town officers. Does this include volunteers? Or perhaps it should include volunteers?
Well, it would include whatever is implied in this amendment. This amendment doesn't. We don't know. It says it's for all town officers who are not subject to the town personnel policy. So apply that as you wish. Roger, are you coming up to speak? Nope. Okay. Any other comments on the proposed amendment? Are you ready to vote on the proposed amendment, which would replace Article 28 as written? Okay. All those in favor of this proposed amendment that Tracy put out? Okay, all those opposed? All right, Article 28 was replaced by a much shorter amendment. Okay, any other discussion on the amended article? If not, Article 28 will appear as amended on the ballot. And you need this copy, Connor?
You need to get.
All right.
Thank you.
All righty, moving on. Article 29 by petition. To see if the Board of Selectmen will add, I'm sorry, what? Jack? What?
Just some housekeeping so that they don't have to keep getting up. I'd like to make a motion that we restrict further discussions on Articles 26, 27, and 28, so we don't lose track.
Okay, we have a second? Tracy Hardikoff seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of 26 through 28? Raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, those three are restricted. It's very kind of you, Jack. All right, Article 29, I'm sorry, by petition. To see if the Board of Selectmen will add the following to the Town of Barrington Personnel Policies and Procedures Manual. Any Town of Barrington employee, volunteer, or member of a board, committee, or similar who receives information regarding current, future, and/or possible gun violence against children during their official duties will have a duty to inform proper law enforcement authorities or their supervisor in a timely manner of said information in its entirety. Any Town of Barrington volunteer or member of a board, committee, or similar who receives said information and does not inform proper law enforcement authorities or their supervisor in a timely manner of said information in its entirety will be deemed to have committed a serious disciplinary offense punishable by suspension and/or termination. For non-employees, this will be considered grounds for removal from committees and/or boards or other similar groups serving the town. There's a note, Town of Barrington Police Department personnel will follow their own policies and procedures. Would the petitioner like to speak about Article 29? Yes. Recognize Mr. Russell.
Okay, so for transparency, if you don't know, I own a gun store. And I wrote this, okay? So many folks, I've seen some information online and I just want to clarify something. I spoke directly to County Attorney Tom Velarde about this issue. Most government employees, I'm not talking about teachers, I'm not talking about healthcare workers, I'm not talking about some of those categories. But your typical highway department, your clerical staff, admin personnel, if you were to receive information about a possible gun violence against children, you are not in a category in New Hampshire that would be a mandatory reporter. There are people that are in those categories, but most of those things I just said, you are not in those categories. So you have the ability to do with that information as you please. I have children. Gun violence against kids, or frankly, any violence against anyone, but I am specifically talking about children, is terrible. Okay. I don't think anybody here disagrees with that. I would hope not. There was an incident 2 years ago with one of our highest paid town employees who received 2 letters, actual physical correspondence in the mail from a resident who I believe has a PhD, who wrote a well-written letter stating that he wouldn't allow his 2 young children out of his home for fear that they could be injured or killed from a neighbor. That neighbor was me, who he said was firing off single and automatic weapons daily in his backyard. I may be slightly misquoting the letter. I don't physically have it in front of me, but that was the bulk of it. I'm not going to say who. I don't want to try character assassination, but the bottom line is that this person who has a lot of influence and responsibility in this town added those 2 letters to a lawsuit. So clearly felt that it was important enough for a lawsuit, but not only didn't, but has never to this day reported anything involving those letters unless it's very recent and I don't know about it, to any law enforcement official. So that was never investigated. That is a huge issue to me, and it should be a huge issue to you, okay? The fact that I poured through our policy and procedure manual in town, and I could not find anything that would make any town employee, volunteer or otherwise, a mandatory reporter. And I'm talking about during your official capacity, and this person received these during their official capacity. So whether those letters were bogus or not is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a void in the Barrington policy and procedures, and this incident clearly found the void. But the problem that is more troubling is I received the notes from the non-public session when the Board of Selectmen did a meeting. They released them to me, okay? And in those notes, they stated that this individual acted properly, okay? So they set a precedent that this is fine. In fact, they set a precedent, in my opinion, this is the standard of conduct for Barrington, that if a town employee receives written correspondence in the mail that this person is shooting guns daily and could kill this person's young kids, that it's fine just to sit on this information and not report it. Well, this is egregious. This is unbelievable. And if it was true, I don't care about the liability to the town. I care about that if it was true, what if someone actually had gotten killed? So that is why I'm proposing this. I'd be very curious to see how somebody wants to amend this. This is absolutely, everybody in this room should agree with this. What scares me is that some people sitting behind me did not agree and said this individual acted appropriately. So yes, this is advisory, but this needs to be added to the policy and procedure manual immediately so the chief and the police officers can do their job. Because if you're not in law enforcement, it's not your job to decide if this is a legitimate threat or if it isn't. You need to pass that information along. And even if it's a bunch of made up stuff, that's fine. Let them determine it. You're not wasting their time. That's their job. Police officers investigate stuff every day that's complete made up, you know what. So that's why I made this, because there's an issue here and it came out as a result of, unfortunately, the lawsuit against my business. And even if you supported the lawsuit against my business, you should not support this, that this wasn't investigated and this wasn't sent to the police, but you should support this warrant article. So that's all I have to say there.
Thank you, Rob. Any comments from the select board? None. Okay, comments from the floor. Dan Air.
Dan Air, 334 Old Conk Turnpike. Things you're supposed to do everything and stuff like that. As a former guinea pig or whatever, volunteer with the town and stuff. A lot of distant people like me and dislike me, and I have a natural gift of pissing people off. It just comes naturally, but there's a lot of things done that are not right and stuff. I took an oath and stuff, and a lot of people didn't like when I voted president or abstained from stuff. Stuff I knew was illegal and stuff. That's my personal thing. I would not put my name on it. And the ethical and stuff, the things that are done wrong, that's not. This is a waste and stuff, because there's so many things with protection and stuff and what is right and wrong. So a 6-year-old says to another 8-year-old, I'm gonna go shoot someone today in school. We should take that serious of it, but it's happening. So I don't really support this, and I don't want to amend anything, but I think I disagree with you on this, Rob. Thank you.
Jack?
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. Some of you may know me as somebody who reads extensively from Rob Russell, his 60 some odd page case made last year, and opposed it. I'm not going to divulge the details that he didn't bother to, but anybody who is trying to insinuate there's any danger to a child from gunfire does not send a letter. We have these things called phones. We have the ability to alert the proper officials if we really think it happens. The fact that something showed up alleging something where there was only the fact that, yeah, maybe children lived across the street. That does not constitute endangering the child. There's a gun range in my neighborhood. My new neighbors asked everybody if they could do it. We were cool with it. They run it safely. I'm sure that Mr. Russell runs his business safely and that most of the gun owners in town do, but there was no any threat. There was only the fact that a child existed on the same road as his business, and nobody could take a letter written as any imminent threat to a child or any human being. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Samaco, Brooks Road.
Could you state your name again, please? I'm not sure that she got it.
Alexandra Samaco.
Okay.
And I've actually made my commentary directly to Mr. Russell on this over Facebook, though he may not realize it. And there are a lot of problems with this. And when someone told him to take my commentary to heart because they thought I was a lawyer, he said, everybody's a lawyer on Facebook. Well, Mr. Russell, I am a lawyer. And I'm a bit of a, it's not a, sir, I represent domestic violence victims in protecting them from their abusers. I do have a fake last name on Facebook for my own protection because I go up against some pretty awful people. And what I'd like to say about this is there's a substantial enforcement issue here. A lot of people complain about the law because it's sometimes very muddy. This is a mess. And, by your definition, gun violence against children being children hearing gunshots and being afraid to go outside. I watched you stand last year in a room full of hundreds of people and have outbursts while armed, and there were children in that room. So by your definition, that was gun violence against children. You have to have something that you can tangibly attach enforcement to, and there is nothing here. There's nothing here that you can use to enforce it. This opens the town up to more problems because people are going to try to say, oh, this person didn't do it and that person didn't do it. There is nothing here that we can use. This is a mess, and it should either be amended into oblivion or voted down. However, one of my concerns I had from this, because there is a theme throughout Mr. Russell's warrant articles that is self-serving. And when I told him that I see this being used to turn around on people and say, well, then you don't want to protect children from guns. That's exactly what he did to me. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. My first concern, and I admit I didn't really look into any of this one before coming in today. My first concern looking at is it doesn't really state who's in charge of making these decisions or deciding on suspension, termination, or anything like that. So I feel like it's not a very well written article. But I wanted to speak to something else up here. I am a veterinarian, and as a veterinarian, we take an oath to protect the public health because there's a lot of animal diseases and things, food inspection and things that veterinarians do that affect the human public health. Because of that, or in spite of that, either way, we are mandatory reporters. So are teachers, and I'm sure there's other professions that are as well. But as a mandatory reporter, we're required to report any suspected abuse or violence against animals or people that we run into in our line of work. And that covers us inside and outside of work. So if I hear of something outside of my day-to-day job as a veterinarian, I'm still required to report it. Being a mandatory reporter is an enormous burden. And I do not wish, I mean, we need mandatory reporters, but it is not something to step into lightly. And to sit here and require all of these volunteers for our town and every committee and member of a board and all of that to be a mandatory reporter, I honestly feel is asking too much. I really think that, again, my interpretation just from Rob's summary of those letters is, and as a parent myself, is that there's just concerns. I honestly think that if he thought Rob Russell was going to shoot his children purposely, he would have called the police. And so my feeling is those letters were more of, I'm just uncomfortable having guns shot in my backyard. And so, or close to my backyard with my kids out there. And I would probably feel the same. I'd be concerned about it. And I feel like not reporting something like that, if that's truly what the intent of the letter was probably appropriate, because as other people have said, everyone's going to report everything. People who are anti-gun are going to report any use of guns because they don't want them. And so, that's like saying, Joe said he was going to purposely run my kids over with his car. Well, I'm going to report that. But the risk of my kid getting hit by a car while they're walking down the sidewalk is still there, but I'm not going to report every car that runs by because of the risk that they could hit my kid. And that's where I feel like this is a little too muddy and a little not okay. And I don't really feel like it's appropriate to require our volunteer townspeople to be mandatory reporters for things like this. It's just too much of a burden.
Hey, Paul?
Paul Panish, 101 Ross Road. I'd like to propose an amendment similar to the last article that Tracy proposed, where we would allow the select board to address this issue. And Connor, I think you could probably wordsmith this similar to the last
Well,
one.
you'll have to come up with some wording that we can
Could you put
propose.
the previous article's amendment back up?
If you're willing, oh, maybe Tracy has something written already. Oh, okay. All right, thanks, Paul.
So in the spirit of the petitioners and in the spirit of recognizing we all want to protect our children, I had drafted this proposed amended verbiage to see if the town would vote to encourage the employees and officers, while acting in their official capacity, that has to be in there. We can't force people to do things in a non-official capacity, who receive firsthand actionable information about possible gun violence against children to report to law enforcement about such information. I think that's an appropriate bridge between the issue that Mr. Russell feels so strongly about, and certainly still legally addresses how this might be proposed to our residents.
Can we get your written copy again? All right, yeah, I'm sorry. Do we have a second to that proposed amendment? Carolyn Robbins is seconder. Do we have any discussion of the proposed amendment while Connor's typing? Well, Susan had her hand up first. So let Susan go.
Susan Gaudiello, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the library. My question is, if we amend this, why would we limit it to reporting gun violence as opposed to violence against children? I know that the gun violence is of a particular interest to the petitioner, but it seems to me we're now getting into a much broader concern about safety of children.
Okay, Rob?
Rob Russell, 99 Toland Road. Why don't we just get the question answered? Why was the letters never reported to law enforcement?
Well, Rob, that's not pertinent here.
It's extremely pertinent.
Well, maybe be pertinent to you, maybe it's pertinent to your motivation, but it's not pertinent to the text of the article. And that's what we're discussing.
It has to do with the entire thing, Ron.
No, it's not something that we're going to debate here.
Other people have asked the board questions about the articles. So I'm just asking, this actually gets right to the heart of it. People are saying that it wasn't perceived as a threat. I would just like the board to say that's why it wasn't answered.
Yeah, but your previous experience and your interaction with the board isn't something that is in this warrant article. Therefore, it's not relevant to this discussion. So we're not going to discuss that. Let's just focus on discussing, right now we're discussing the proposed amendment to your article. If you'd like to speak on that, you're welcome to.
Well, it does affect this, because if he were to receive the exact same thing under Tracy's amendment, I would like to know how Connor would proceed.
Well, let me see.
So that actually is incredibly relevant. I mean, it gets to the heart of the whole thing. I'm not even sure I disagree with yet another one of Tracy's amendments. That would be 2.
Well, you're asking them to speculate on how they would react to getting this information.
So it's not speculation, it's actually occurred. So it's not speculating at all.
Well,
They have direct knowledge of this. They voted on it in non-public session. So it's getting right to the facts. In fact, if we were open and transparent, they would just answer it right here. I don't know why the secrecy.
That's not what's in this article.
Come on, Dannon. Take charge.
Rob, no.
It does. It gets
Rob,
right to it.
Rob, if you're not going to address.
Okay, so I'm asking, if the same letters were to come again, letters from someone stating the same thing, how does the board think it would be addressed today if this amendment were in effect? So I want to know, how would this be enforced in the town?
They can answer if they wish to. They are not required to. So please sit.
Somebody? We don't feel that strongly about gun violence.
Well, that's
Joyce.
that.
Specific to child violence. We have elder abuse. We have domestic
We gotta start
violence.
somewhere.
We have violence against our residents. So that's the issue I have
Yeah,
with
but
this.
the
It's so
reporting laws address elder and child abuse, so we're mirroring those laws and we're bringing them.
Rob, do you wish, Rob?
I'm gonna sit down. I
Thank
know
you.
what's going on.
Good idea.
Daniel, 334 Old Conk Turnpike. On this amendment, so first of all, they took that right away to tar and feather public officials. It was against my will. I would have probably gone on with it, but I'll never get that amended and brought back again. But some comments were made here about the children. And in the welfare, Susan and you, I'd rather have more broad, because there's a lot of things toxic that should be reported, not just guns. So all things should be brought in, what you said, Ms. and Susan. So I would ask the people that amended to reword it so it covers all areas, not just guns. Thank you.
Gary Embry, 20 Mills Falls Road. This issue is personal to me.
Excuse me 1 second. Can you repeat your last name? We didn't get it.
Embry, Imbrie, Gary Embry.
Thank you.
The people that wrote the letters that have initiated all of this discussion are my neighbors. And they are very nice people and have 2 beautiful children. They immigrated here from Brazil, and he is a PhD. They're great people. And they wrote that letter, and they were mistaken. Rob doesn't shoot guns in his backyard, never has, at least while I've been here. But we do hear gunshots in the community. So they somehow thought they were coming from Rob because they could connect that with his store. But they were mistaken. And they would be so ashamed if they knew that that letter was being used to accuse and insinuate that officials in our town had done something wrong. They would be ashamed. And I think it's sad that this is being used by you, Rob.
Thank
you. So, you should be ashamed.
I'm not.
I know you're not.
Let's
but you
address
should be.
let's address the proposed amendment.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right. So we have any other discussion of the proposed amendment before we vote on it? Rob, yeah,
I
Rob.
would just like to
Your mic is
remind everybody that I would just like to remind everybody that this issue was addressed at the special town meeting, and not just the board, but the entire the citizenry who was present voted and made that choice. So the citizens have spoken, and we as a board have agreed with that. So.
Jim?
I would like to also echo that the original article, I do feel like it's self-serving. I feel like we have a bunch of good people that work for this town, that volunteer for this town, that live in this town. When something goes south, they're going to say something if they see something. I do believe that for the town of Barrington.
Okay, I will read the proposed amendment again and we can vote on that. This would replace the original text of Article 29. To see if the town will vote to encourage the employees and officers who, while acting in their official capacity, receive first-hand actionable information about possible gun violence against children to report to law enforcement about such information. Ready to vote on that proposed amendment? All those in favor of adopting that amendment, raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? The amendment passes. Do we have any, so this is now Article 29. Do we have any further discussion of Article 29? Sandy?
Sandy Mantrack, Scruton Pond Road. Is it possible to amend this down to see if?
No.
Is that legal? You can't do it?
No, nope. We cannot eliminate the subject matter of an article like we did in the old days. Okay, yep.
Hi, my name is Joanne Hack, 200 Ham Road. I'm just concerned about the liability to the town if they had letters from someone making an allegation and it wasn't investigated and then something did happen. Like, it seems like there should have been something done. Like, I would sue the crap out of the town if I wrote a complaint letter like that and something happened. So there should be some kind of guidelines that should be followed when something like that happens. And I don't think nothing is the one that should be followed.
Okay, any other comments on the amended article? If not, Article 29 as amended will appear on the ballot. Article 30. by petition to see that in the name of open and transparent government, the town of Barrington will add an easily accessible and obvious section to the town of Barrington website, including the following: a list of all current lawsuits that the town is either the party suing another or the party being sued. Each entry will include as much information about said lawsuit as can be put on public record as to not breach attorney-client privilege. Each entry will be updated no later than monthly as to the cost to the town of Barrington. This is to include costs even if they are within an allocated budget. These costs will also estimate meetings, driving, and all other tertiary costs associated with said lawsuit. Each entry will contain a gist for lawsuits where the town is suing another. The gist will explain the justification for said lawsuit and include supporting documentation as to why this lawsuit was necessary and benefits the town. For cases where the town is being sued, the gist will explain the history of the lawsuit, the status of the case, and where it stands. These gists will be updated no later than every month and will be detailed and not purposely vague. Once lawsuits are settled, a final disposition gist with supporting documentation will be provided explaining how it was disposed of. This information and all previous information and links will remain on this section of the Town of Barrington website in perpetuity. Would the petitioner like to speak on this article? Recognize Rob Russell.
It's great being among so many friends. Okay, so here's this one. So you all know my business was sued unsuccessfully, failed frivolous lawsuit, complete waste of time by the town. It had a huge effect on my business. So I know there's people think this is me being vindictive. This is my $20,000, what was it called? Ego. It isn't. I've asked this board, are we for open and transparent government? They've said yes. I asked Connor, how many lawsuits has the town of Barrington engaged in? In other words, how many people, business entities has the town sued others in roughly the last decade? He said he thinks 3 to 4. I know he mentioned he talked to John Huckins. It wasn't 100% number, but he said about 3 to 4 lawsuits. So it's an extraordinarily rare event in Barrington, maybe once every 2.5 years, approximately. I don't know if there's been more recently or less. I know of one recently. The purpose of this is to make lawsuits not secretive. It's to get the information out there for the public. Whether the public supports it or doesn't is immaterial. That's not the point. I'm sure someone's going to say, this is a mess. This is problematic. I was very specific to say no attorney-client privilege. Okay, that's not what this is. This is a guide for open and transparent government for the people who are the government. Remember, we, all of you, are the legislative body. Okay. And we need to know who is being sued because a lawsuit's a big deal and it can destroy people's lives and homes and all sorts of things. Okay. And it can be used for good. I'm sure there's lots of lawsuits that get used for positive reasons. Okay. So the point of this is simply to make these things out in the open, easy to access, and just something that anybody can click on and see what's going on. We're not a giant city. We're not, we don't have hundreds of lawsuits going on. That's the point. I'm sure Tracy has an amendment. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And that's all I got to say about that.
Comments from the select board? Dana?
Would point out that I would point out that most lawsuits or the lawsuits that the town makes against individuals and others is discussed and voted on at the select board meetings. That was select board. Particularly if we have very few lawsuits because most people, when they agree to do something, follow those guidelines. If at 6, 7, 8 months after the person has said that they were going to do certain things, then the only recourse we seem to have, since they've refused to go by their previous agreements or according to the rules, then we do make lawsuits. Fortunately, most people don't have to go to that limit. I mean, we don't have to do that to force the people to do the things that they had agreed upon earlier.
Any comments from the floor? Oh, wait, Jim?
Just to fall back on what Dan had said, if no action was taken, that still leaves us as a town for an opportunity to be sued. So if we take action or not, we're looking at it either way.
Okay, comments from the floor. Tracy?
I'm a senior certified human resource professional. Before I worked in the nonprofit world trying to create the Stratford County Homeless Shelter. My work was specifically in healthcare and very targeted towards human resource work.
Could you be a little louder, please, Tracy?
Certainly. Yeah, my voice is pretty booming. I was trying to be demure in my own way, but no.
We're being
My proposed amendment to Article 30 is to see if the town would vote to encourage the select board to make court proceedings excluding any employees involving the town available to residents on the town's website. Under right to privacy in both the federal and state levels, you would have absolutely no right to disclose if there was a lawsuit pending regarding your employees.
Okay, do we have a
Fair?
second to that proposed amendment?
Thank you. That's not terrible.
second?
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Jim Sakosha, second. Okay, can we have that in writing also, Tracy? No? Do we have any discussion on the proposed amendment? Rob?
Just one thing for Dan, my business was found to be in full compliance. We did nothing wrong.
Joyce?
If the residents would like an example of how the town is doing this, you could look Town of Barrington and search the website for Outlook Circle, and you'll see a lawsuit that is current, and it has all the documentation and various links under that. And that would probably be a model for how the town would continue with this.
Joanne?
Joanne Hack, 200 Ham Road. I am against this amendment because it takes out the money that the taxpayers are paying for the lawsuits. There's nothing on here that says they get an update on where all this money went. How much was spent? I'd like to know how much was spent on the lawsuit against Rob. How much of my tax dollars went to that? That turned out to be invalid, thrown out. Well, okay, so yeah, because of the taking out of the finances and the updating on what's going on with it, I'm against this amendment.
Okay. Any other comments on the proposed amendment? Jack?
Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. I would invite, we have a lawyer in the crowd, I hope still, that maybe she can chime in. I'm just an amateur, but most lawyers do not want their playbook played out on a town webpage. I know some of the people that update the webpage, we'd probably have to have lawyers review it before we could put it up for fear of either messing up lawsuits, impugning somebody incorrectly, or making a wrong statement. This would be equivalent to saying, in all fairness, I think Bill Belichick ought to share his playbook with the other side. Lawyers don't like to do that. We see the DOJ doesn't do it. There's probably not one responsible lawyer in the country that would want to see what they've got and what they're going to do played out beyond what is mandated by the law for disclosure. I think this would hamstring and cost the town a lot of money. Thank you.
Okay.
Alexandra Samaco, Brooks Road. I like this because it's simply an encouragement to the board. We recognize that something like this is advisory. It is absolutely true that you could jeopardize ongoing lawsuits. I myself am a litigator. As I mentioned, one of the things I do is restraining orders. For transparency, I don't practice in New Hampshire. I actually practice in California, practice mostly remotely, but I travel out there about 4 times a year for trials. And, you know, it is important to recognize that there needs to be restrictions. And I would expect from a governing body like this that, you know, a vote internal to yourself would take into consideration consulting with the town's attorney as to what could and could not be made public and what would jeopardize any ongoing litigation that the town was involved in. Because, you know, it definitely is important that there are certain things that need to be kept under wraps until they have happened. You absolutely can jeopardize. There are guidelines and ethics guidelines that attorneys have to follow. The town would need to make sure that they were not jeopardizing their own attorney's ability to represent them in what they were putting forth to the community. So that should be taken into consideration. However, this, as written, I think is fine because again, it is advisory and it's on the select board to make sure that they are being responsible when they do this. Thanks.
Any other comments on the proposed amendment?
That's it.
Okay, Susan, yeah.
Susan Gaudiello. I have a basic question about this amendment as well as the initial petitioned article. And that is anything that is being suggested or requested through these articles not available through a Freedom of Information Act request? Because I would think expecting the town to add a lot to their website and sort through all this will cost. It will cost more legal dollars. It would cost staff time to compile that information in some detail. That makes sense, certainly if you're responding to a Freedom of Information Act, but to do that proactively for every court proceeding, I'm not sure is really necessary. The other comment I had specifically about this, I thought was a little confusing. They encourage the select board to make court proceedings excluding employees. Maybe it would be better to make court proceedings involving the town, excluding proceedings involving individual employees, if that's the intent. See what I'm saying? Anyway, I read it and that's a little bit confusing to me.
Well, because see if Tracy is interested in that. I'm sorry, we can't hear you up here.
We could simply amend that to read excluding personnel cases or personnel issues.
All right, would you make that little change if you wanted?
I would propose that. I would propose that change, yes. Do you need me to rewrite it?
Yeah, if you could. Yeah, yeah. We just want to have the right information for you to vote on. I need that. Does Jim, you seconded the First Amendment. Do you second or changed amendment? All right. All right, so I will read I'll read the proposed changed amendment for Article 30. This would replace the petitioned warrant article with the following. To see if the town will vote to encourage the select board to make court proceedings excluding personnel issues involving the town available to residents on the town's website. Is there any further discussion of that proposed amendment? If not, let's vote on it. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. The amendment passes. And this now becomes Article 30. Any further discussion on Article 30? Seeing none, it will appear on the ballot as amended. Lisa,
I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on Articles 28, 29, 30, and any other open articles. There
we
may
already
still
did
be
28, but be 29. and
20
50.
articles.
Okay, do we have a second? Tracy seconds. All right, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All those opposed? All right, those are restricted. Article 31 by petition. To see that the town of Barrington would recognize that citizens have a right to post political signs on private and public property year-round. It is imperative that this right not be infringed, and that based on the Reed versus Town of Gilbert in the U.S. Supreme Court, and I don't know what all those little citations mean, so I'll skip them. Political signs cannot be treated any differently than other signs, and therefore any attempt to limit their use/display in Barrington would also infringe on freedom of speech and is therefore unconstitutional. Would the petitioner like to speak on this article? You can go first.
I'm going to adjust it after. All right, this is a quick one. So the current sign rule, Joyce is on the planning board, and the amendment on the other warrant article, which changes it, or zoning article rather, that we did not get to vote on, which is changing it from 30 days to 60 days. I realized they left out the word political, but what it says is, it says certain signs 60 days from the election. Well, I don't think the Pottery Ladies signs can only be up 60 days before the election. That current sign is clearly only having to do with political signs. What this is trying to codify in town is the meaning of the Supreme Court Reed decision. Now, this decision, Miss Husky Dog will probably tell me otherwise, but this decision has never been tried in New Hampshire. It's never been, no one's ever brought it forth. My signs have been up for years, and the town has not attempted any enforcement against me. Mr. Secosia and Harkendorf signs are up 30 days before, more than 30 days before the election. They're in violation of the current sign ordinance over 30 days. The current rule states that the signs cannot be up more than 30 days before the election. The new rule that is proposed extends that to 60. The purpose of mine is to make that say you can't have a rule that makes your signs any different than political signs. So all signs have to have the same rules or none. And what I told the Board of Selectmen is, I said, write me the ticket. My signs have been up more than anybody's. Write me the ticket. There's a lot of people in town that hate me. I would be glad to take it because then I can challenge it in court. And under the Reed decision, I will win. I haven't received a ticket. Okay. So I welcome that. There's no good in having a feel-good rule that is unenforceable, much like the noise ordinance that we've had on the books for a long time that Chief Joy has stated is 100% unenforceable. It may sound good, but it's, no pun intended, but it doesn't do anything, okay? Us just changing that from 30 to 60 days. So I know I'm talking about a different warrant article, but it's directly related to this one. And the Reed decision is Supreme Court. It's the highest court in the nation. So it may make some people feel better because they hate Rob Russell's signs, which is, I know why this got brought forward, but it's not going to make any difference because we have a Supreme Court decision. All right. So that's why I brought this forward. And that's the whole point. So Tracy?
Select Board, hold on. Select Board, do you have any comments?
Vote for Heiderkoff and Secosia this coming month.
No, can't do that here. Okay, John.
Okay, my name's John Heckens. I'm 70 Heckens Lane. I'm also the zoning administrator in town. So the rules that he's talking about is actually a zoning issue. It shouldn't even be something in front of the select board. And we don't regulate political signs in zoning. What it is you're allowed to have 2 temporary signs in town any time of the year. You can have a right to have additional signs. So if someone puts up 2 signs and they're political, they can stay up because you're not breaking the rules. Because of the Reed case, we could not define a political sign. So because 2 a year are allowed year round, if you have 2 political signs up on your yard, that's legal. You can keep them there year round. You can have additional signs over the 2 for those days before, because you might have 4 or 5 candidates that you might want to get elected because of different places they're running for. So that's the reason why they allow additional signs during that time period. And my bottom line still is that's a zoning issue. It should have nothing to do with this.
How we doing? Morgan Carter, 5 Smoke Street, Barrington, New Hampshire. I see a big problem on putting signs on private property, mostly because without the discretion of the owner of that property, take it off if you want to, unless this gets passed. And can I see a raise of hands of who would like signs put on their private property? Private. The town would recognize citizens have a right to post signs on private and public property. I'd like to amend it to only public property. Unless, you got friends and they want to put their signs on, their yard, that's fine. And Reed versus Town of Gilbert, that was about a church sign. Had nothing to do with really political signs unless you were entangling them in there. No, I just said the word.
Please don't address people in the audience.
Sorry. Yeah, that's about it. I don't like the wording of it.
So are you proposing an amendment?
Yeah, I would try to amend it to only be on public property, unless it's your own private property, which still shouldn't have an article about your own private property.
Well, please be specific about your amendment. If we need to have the wording, not just kind of suggested.
The town of Barrington would recognize that citizens have a right to post political signs on public property, and I would say 2 to 3 months before an election, not year round.
Do we have a second to that amendment? Opposed amendment? Last chance. All right, that amendment is not seconded, so we're not going to take action on it. Okay, Dan?
Daniel, 334 Old Concord Turnpike. Personally, I hate political signs, and you don't have a right. There's a state right of way and town right of way. You don't have a right to put signs up in there. It's not for people there. If people put 20 of them in a row, hello, I read the first one. But basically, when I ran for select person, I asked permission on private property. I put 1 foot in on the corner of the right of way, 1 foot in, so they could deny that they approved me, but it was on someone's property. You have the right on your own property, but you just can't put signs all over towns and right of ways. It's not allowed. And so how can we make rules that allow it? You can check into it, but they're not allowed in right of ways and easements.
Roger?
Roger Gingrich from 32 Peabody Way. I wonder, and I suppose there is a definition someplace for what a political sign is, but what a political sign says, both in the words of the words on the sign as well as pictures on the sign, implies something to some people about what that town is about. And I personally am offended by the assault rifle on our main entrance into town that says or implies something about the character of this town. Thanks.
Hello again, Alexandra Samako, Brooks Road, and former fellow with the Marshall Brennan Constitutional Law Literacy Program. And Reed is not even the most precedential case regarding political signs. It is not about political signs. And honestly, as soon as I started seeing all of the signs popping up around town, I thought they were hideous. And I went to the town's zoning ordinances to see if they were complying. And when this started to become an issue, I, went back to my constitutional law roots and I looked at it, and my evaluation, granted, I don't practice constitutional law and I don't teach it anymore, but the way that the town zoning ordinances are written is perfectly fine. Because it is political speech, it would be evaluated under what the Supreme Court calls strict scrutiny. And even under that, the most strict scrutiny that the Supreme Court can give for First Amendment issues, time, place, and manner restrictions are completely lawful. And I have reviewed the most precedential cases regarding political signs, and I think that everything that we are doing is okay. And I think this, once again, is a mess. Thanks.
Ron Allard, Barrington Road Lane. Couple things I think here. Number one, I think your free speech rights are different on posting signs on your private property and public property. I think they're not the same. The town ordinances currently lawfully regulate signs, and I think this petition is exactly against Reed versus Gilbert. It wants to treat politically signs different than other signs. The signs are regulated in this town. It's lawfully done. To say that the political signs are exempt from all regulations, I think is ridiculous. Town law and state law limits how long you leave the signs up after election. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to limit how soon they can put out. No one likes the signs out. They're visual clutter, they're a safety issue, there's rider issues. Signs put out now they're going to be plowed in and they're going to be trash in the spring. So I think to limit the time these signs are placed, I think is certainly reasonable and certainly lawful.
Okay, Connor?
So I think, and I've heard this a lot over the past couple of years, the sign regulations are confusing as they exist now, whether it's Supreme Court decisions, state law, the town ordinances, et cetera. In an attempt to demystify some of it, we have a frequently asked question on our webpage. It's under the building department, but it addresses what the applicable state and local regulations are. And that would be a good place to start. Some of the topics discussed already are itemized in there, Supreme Court cases, but also state law, because we can't, with our local ordinances, trump what state law allows in the state right of way. So there are different rules if your property abuts a state highway than if your property abuts a town road. And the rules can be quite different. Regardless, and a member of the audience mentioned this earlier, just because it's a state highway, public right of way, doesn't mean that you don't need the landowner's permission to place the sign there, and that's a state law. So that was posted in November of last year. The state office at the Department of Justice posted in October a political advertising fact sheet also. And that's still up to date. And that addresses things like paid for by, if you're advocating on a sign and things like that. And then finally, relative to local regulations. So our sign ordinance isn't perfect. It's kind of confusing. And the planning board spent a long time talking about it, how to make it less confusing and more apparent to residents. I understand that they're probably going to try to work over the next year to propose more comprehensive amendments to the zoning or to the sign ordinance within the zoning ordinance to make it more clear. So somebody at their home can log on, read the zoning ordinance and the sign provisions and say, okay, this is what it means. It's not really there now, but we summarize in this frequently asked question, some of the most topical components of the existing zoning ordinance. And it is the town attorney's opinion that the existing zoning ordinance and proposed amendment are perfectly legal. And this is a good place to start if you're looking to learn more, but stay tuned and it's likely you'll see amendments to the zoning ordinance proposed by the planning board next year based on a more in-depth review to demystify it, because we've heard from residents that it's kind of confusing. Thank you.
Hey, Tracy?
So based on that, because I had done some research regarding this, I have some amended language. On Article 31, to see if the town would vote to recommend that the planning board review the provisions of the zoning ordinance regarding temporary signs and to propose any recommended change at the 2024 town meeting.
Okay, do we have a second to that proposal? Carolyn Robbins had your hand up first. All right, if we can have that in writing, that'd be great. Do we have any discussion of the proposed amendment? Seeing none, we will vote on it as soon as I get it.
Thank you.
Yes, you can vote.
Listen, I'm working. Tracy, do you want to amend this to say changes instead of change? Can you write on this? Sorry.
We can.
I mean, we can make grammatical changes, but
Yeah, we'll make grammatical changes. Rob's gonna fix it. Right place.
Thank you prematurely.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Sweet, all right. All right, here's the proposed amendment. To replace Article 31 with the following. To see if the town will vote to recommend that the planning board review the provisions of the zoning ordinance regarding temporary signs and to propose any recommended changes at the 2024 town meeting. Any further discussion on that proposal? Okay, all those in favor of this amendment, raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Article 31 is replaced by this amendment. And this will appear on the ballot as written, as amended. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, it's Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way, and I would like to propose we restrict discussion on Article 31.
Okay, anybody second? Michael Houst, seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, it's restricted. All right, now we will jump back to an earlier time and discuss Articles 2 through 7, at least as a group. We have a presentation about those zoning articles, which we cannot amend, but we can learn something about them. And you're welcome to turn that mic around and face the audience if you prefer to do so. And state your name.
Good afternoon, John Driscoll. I'm a member of the planning board.
And get closer to the mic if you would, and get it up a little higher.
My name is John Driscoll. I'm a member of the planning board, and I've been asked to present the Articles 2 through 7 proposed zoning amendments. Pardon me, discussion is only at the deliberative session. Amendments are not allowed by state law. The planning board did hold workshops and public hearings September 20th, October 25th, November 15th, and January 3. And updates to the zoning ordinance are based on the feedback from residents, applicants, and land use board members. You can get more information at barrington.nh.gov/2023 warrant. The first one is Article 2. An explanation of this is the purpose of this amendment is to zone these two parcels on Bumford Road off of 125. This is the Barrington sand and gravel area. Currently, they are commercial use, obviously, but for some reason they were zoned for residential. So the purpose of this is to change the zoning for those two parcels to commercial to actually correspond with two other parcels that they currently have right on Route 125. So all four lots will be the same. So the wording of Article 2 is, are you in favor of amendment number 1 to the Barrington zoning ordinance as proposed by the planning board to amend zoning map, the zoning map by changing tax map 251, lot 64 and 65 from general residential to regional commercial? And this was recommended by the planning board by a vote of 7-0. Are there any questions? I'll be happy to.
Tracy, go ahead. I cannot hear you and nobody else can either.
With those two lots are just used for extraction of sand and gravel.
So, sorry, John, nobody heard her question, so she'll have to come to the mic.
So my question was, is there anything currently on those lots? And I got the answer, which is there is nothing but a whole lot of sand and gravel.
Okay.
There's a pending application to put a cell tower on part of that property. But that has not really, I guess it's been 3 years almost since they applied, but the disruption in the. So I guess we can go to Article 3. We're all set.
Yeah, John, you don't need to read these articles because
okay.
we don't have to read zoning articles in, but just
Just
explain
want to ask
briefly
the questions. Is there any questions?
Yeah, just explain briefly why
Okay, sure.
the article says what it says. And
Okay.
then we'll see if there's any questions at
Okay.
the end, but we can't make any changes.
Right. Article 2 to the Barrington zoning ordinance is proposed to clarify a section that concerns home occupations, stating that they must be conducted entirely within the structure of a single-family dwelling, to limit the 30%, limited to 30% of the square footage up to a maximum of 500 square feet, and to limit the number of non-resident employees to 1. Kind of the purpose of this is to, the whole purpose of this, rather than a business, the occupation should be non-obtrusive to the neighborhood. There shouldn't be any signs, there shouldn't be a lot of activity. Everything should be confined to within the structure. And examples of home occupations could be anything from professional people doing things like attorneys, accountants, people doing dressmaking, handicrafts, Etsy stuff, tailors, bakers, photographers, for example. And they should not generate a lot of traffic. You shouldn't be selling retail, in a retail manner that would cause more traffic. So that's essentially it. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
My partner and I, years ago, we did horse logging and.
Sandy, state your name, please.
Oh, Sandy Mantrek, Scruton Pond Road. Okay. And it was sort of essential to have a bit of a Yankee yard because we were restoring our horse-drawn equipment and we needed a lot of space. And well, temporary because I'm not with that guy anymore, but now I have a guy who does small engine repair. I really appreciate his help. And he has to have a bit of a Yankee yard to repair. I had an old John Deere tractor and you got to have several of them in the yard to have the parts, for pieces that small. How is that going to affect this?
Well, the thing about home occupations, it doesn't require you to go before the planning board. This is handled all by the zoning administrator, building inspector. So I guess I would defer to him in any particular situation that you think would require you to bring part of the business outside. I don't know if that helps at all, but check with John. Sure. Yeah.
So a home occupation is something to where you just get a permit from me because it's something small and incidental that you're doing inside your house. And that allows you to put a small sign out that says, you know, a shingle more or less, I have a business here. A home business, which is the other one he's going to talk about next, that has to do with stuff outside of the house, which you need planning board approval for. So you can have a building up to 2,500 square feet. And then you can have some outside displays, but some of it, it's even that's limited. Now, as far as old tractors and stuff on the site, if you have 2 unregistered vehicles, it's considered a junkyard, but there's another provision in there that if it's more than 20 years old, you can have up to 5 because of having the parts in the whole bit, but they're supposed to be buffered from site. That's a whole different issue altogether on the junkyard thing. Now, for a contractor's storage yard, you can have 2 pieces of commercial equipment. So let's say you got like a backhoe or a farm tractor and you got a small dump truck, you're allowed to have up to 2 because being a rural society, it's normal for people to have a little bit of equipment for their own personal use. Once you get outside of 2, then it's a contractor's storage yard, which you need planning board approval to have. So you kind of asked a question that hits on like 3 different pieces of zoning.
Thanks, John. Which brings us to Article number 4, which concerns home businesses, which does require you to go before the planning board. The home business is to clarify that the entire home business, including storage, is limited to an accessory or primary dwelling structure or an outside area which is adequately screened, and what we're proposing is to reduce the area of the home business from 4,500 square feet to 2,000 square feet, or 10% of the lot, whichever is less. Again, this was recommended by the planning board for approval. Any questions? The last one concerning signs, curiously, was 6-1. But yeah, they all were 7-0. I do have the zoning. If you had any questions, I do have the exact wording on the current zoning. But questions? Nope. Article 5. First, is this amendment is to allow the development of mixture of single family and multifamily developments in an area principally off of Oak Hill. Essentially what happened is, for some reason, these lots on Oak Hill ended up in the town center zoning district. And it is a very residential area. And the proposal is to change the zoning from town center to the village district zoning, which will allow more residential development and mixed use if they would like, instead of more commercial development. Just, I guess, the character of the neighborhood would suggest that it should be residential. It actually has about 4 or 5 lots that we're talking about. None of them are very large that would encourage commercial development, and you're probably not going to get a CVS or anything to be open up on Oak Hill Road anyway. You have any questions on that one? Yes, sure. On that particular one?
No, this is actually more general to all the ones you're currently discussing. How do you handle grandfathering situations? So is a business there now? And if it was approved
Prior to zoning?
Prior to the warrant articles you put for the zoning articles?
Yeah, they would be under the.
Okay, so they are grandfathered then. Okay, thanks.
I don't think we heard the answer to that question. Could you?
Oh,
speak
yes,
into
they
the
would,
microphone?
yes, we wouldn't require them to change to comply with the new changed ordinance. Okay, next one is Article 6. Purpose of this article is to clarify the original intent of an attached building definition. within the zoning. This has principally to do with accessory dwelling units. And the current one says that the buildings, if you add on a structure, an ADU to your house, it should be connected by a common wall. Well, one would think if you have a house here and you add a building onto it, the common wall would be this section. Apparently, what some people have tried to do is to put up a fence between your home and a separate building and calling that fence a wall. So the change proposed is to not use the term common wall, but to do a common roof. Because it would be pretty difficult if you were to do that, to build a roof across your yard to that other structure. And again, the planning board had recommended that change by a 7-0 vote. Any questions? Article 7. Here we go, signs. The purpose of this amendment is to increase the time frame for all additional temporary signs. Currently, 2 temporary signs are allowed on lots. The existing language allows more than 2 temporary signs, parentheses, regardless of content, within 30 days of an election. The proposed language will increase the allowance for additional temporary signs to 60 days before an election. Any questions on that one? Well, no, I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
All right, and the article we like best, Article 32, to transact any other business that may legally come before said meeting of the honorable town government. Nothing we vote on here is legally enforceable, but this is a good time to talk about other stuff that you want to. I just want to remind people that next Saturday, across the hall there is the school district deliberative session. There's lots of money involved. You may want to show up and find out more about what is potentially to be spent on the school system. Rick.
Thank you. I'd like to just 2 quick things on behalf of the fire department. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the passing of retired Fire Chief Russell Hayes. Russ spent 54 years supporting and working within the fire department, starting at the age of 14 when you could get away with that, and stayed well past retirement because he felt the town, and we certainly appreciate that we still used his services. But 54 years makes him the longest serving member of our fire department. I'm very proud of that. And so I'd like to take a moment to recognize Russell. And the other thing is, on behalf of the Tricentennial Committee, we had an awesome year last year. It was fun to be involved in all the projects we did, and we couldn't have done this without the support of certainly the taxpayers. More importantly, for coming out and supporting these events that we put on, the Board of Selectmen, select persons. I'm sorry, Tracy. For the select board, through their unanimous support behind our efforts, and that was a big deal because we were able to tap into the services of the various other departments to pull off some of these events. But just wanted to say to the town, thank you for the support. Thank you for allowing us to do this celebration, and keep your eyes open because we've decided that we don't want to stop now. So we're headed down the path of trying to do something annually. We're working on that now, but we're getting pretty excited about it. So thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Rick is chairing the 400th committee as well. He's looking for volunteers.
Joel and I will be collecting names in about 75 years.
Yeah, 100 is a little bit more than 54, right?
Okay, any other items to be brought before this esteemed group? Okay, thank you all for showing up. I would entertain a motion to end the deliberative session. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, Dan?
Like to make a motion to adjourn.
Well, that's ending the deliberative session is how we word it.
Yeah.
But yes,
I move that
Dan
we
does.
end The deliberative session.
The deliberative session, yeah. And Todd gets to second it. All right.
To make a plug for candidates night, Ron?
Oh, candidates night. When did we say it was? The 16th? 16th. All right, we're planning to have a candidates forum on February 16th. We should be holding it in the select board meeting room and also online. So you don't have to come out if it's a day like today. All candidates for contested offices, I'll say, because there's a bunch of candidates this time, are welcome to participate. I hope you will contact me and let me know if you intend to do that. So that would be great. Okay, all those in favor of ending the deliberative session, raise your cards. All those who oppose. All right, the session is ended.